crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah. Champion, champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, champion. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. Yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am a
bowl C squad. I mean, I'm not gonna make cash. I'm just deciding if I want to bowl or not. Honestly, I spent the entire last game messing around trying to put balls on it. I didn't realize the score overall was like 8 low. If I had scored like the 9 to go, that would have been fun.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, and welcome into continuing coverage of the 2022 Ebonite Winter Classic here from Cadillac XBC here in Waterloo, Iowa. Got 7 games for you coming up here on this squad. We'll take you out to the lanes. I'll take you right back to where you were watching everybody practice. We do have a defending champion here in Jason Poley. You see him there with the salt and pepper hair. He's stationed right between lanes 20 and 21, but he moved out of frame now. We got 19 and 20, 21 and 22 for you here today. We got Justin Corey and Jay Sandhagen on 19. On 20, we got Poley and Todd Summers. Next door on lanes 21 and 22, we got Victor Cortez Jr. and Anthony Dodge. And Brandon Dodge and Brendan Schrammick. We had a squad this morning, a squad. They competed on this oil pattern I just popped up on the screen for you. It's 39 feet in length, 2-to-1 ratio, 28 milliliters of oil in total, using Infinity oil, 2-to-1 ratio essentially. And though that pattern, that played really tough this morning. We had 53 players take to the lanes. 6 of them bowled even or better. Chris Wiley's your tournament leader at plus 83 for the 7 games. Joe Engelkiss is in second at plus 55. Third, Tom Hess at plus 41. Brandon Mooney's in fourth at plus 19. Fifth is Seth Techtmeyer at plus 5. And Dwayne Kiltz is in sixth at even. Rounding out the top 10, seventh is Kenny Calkins Jr. the third at -1. Daniel Healy at -3. Tyler Zink at -13, and 10th was Lance Rockwell at -26. So really, really low scoring here. You're not going to see a lot of strikes here today. Spare game's got to be on point here if you're going to make money here this weekend or make a run at winning this event. This tournament wouldn't be possible without our great sponsors. Ebonite, title sponsor, GIBA. Tour up here. You can go to giba-bowling.com to check out all the different events that they have available up here in Iowa. Joe and his family run the events. Check them out at giba-bowling.com. And Ebonite, if you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling product on your next purchase. Also want to thank USA Mortgage, Brandon Steen, and the folks at USA Mortgage for their continued support of the major events here in Waterloo. Also, the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau for their sponsorship. Been going on about 23 events now with them. Budweiser and Bud Light, the official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. The OP Restaurant over on Ridgeway also kicking in some dollars into this event. If you're looking for some new jerseys, dye-supplemented jerseys, go over to infusionbowling.com, the official jersey supplier of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, and you can save 25% off your order with coupon code GIBA. Also, the Kwik Star and Kwik Trip convenience marts here in the area, gas stations. If you're ever in the Waterloo area, make sure that you fill up at Kwik Star or Kwik Trip as they support this event as well. And last but not least, where I stay, the Hampton Inn. Also, if you'd like to support our channel, we do have a fee for watching today's broadcast. The fee is like the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media at Inside Bowling on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Scores will be updated throughout the day over on our Twitter feed at Inside Bowling. And also, if you head over to the Greater Iowa Bowling Association Facebook page, there's a link where the standings are getting updated as well. So check out the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Make sure you like their page as well. Also, if you'd like to support our channel and our stream and what we do here, we have a couple different options how you can get involved in the program here. We do have a super chat available if you'd like for your comment for sure to be read on air. We do have a donation button on there to be able to do the super chat down at the bottom of your screen. We don't expect you to do that, but it is something you can do if you want to support the channel. Or you can head over to InsideBowling.com where we sell some merch. We have over 300 t-shirt designs. And you can save 15% with coupon code YouTube. And that's good year-round. YouTube saves you 15%. Want to say hello to everybody in the chat. Peter, Jameel, Angelo, Matt, Donnie, Kevin, Floss, David Justice from the Atlanta Braves, Matt Hill, Loomhouse, Joe Davidson, Jay, thanks, Biker, and hello, Ty, and Alternative. I have no idea, buddy. And what you're going to see throughout these 7 games here today is, like I said, low scoring. And the guys coming in knew that as well. Joe actually wished everybody good luck before the squad. You're going to need it. That's what he said. Skip procedure is skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2. Got Mike Jazz now in the chat. Hello, Mike. Hope you're having a good day today. It's colder here than it is in Utah, I can tell you that. Brad's there with you. Hello, Brad Miller. Wish you were here. I think you'd be enjoying this event here with only 6 people plus. And Tom Hess, one of the best bowlers in the world right now, only 41 over and in 3rd. I think this would have been a profitable trip. Hell, Mike Jazz now would probably cash in this thing. We're watching Jason Poley bowl. Again, Poley's kind of a veteran of the area. Again, he has won this event. He's made several match plays throughout the 23 events we've had up here. Yeah, some of you were noticing that, you know, how cold I was during the during the last block, and it is blistering cold outside. But then you watch these people bowl, and some of them are in shorts, so it doesn't make me look too manly, does it? Doesn't do much for me. In the field, I'll go over the bowlers here at this time. Down on 3 and 4, we got Jake Bedard bowling with Dave Dentlinger, along with Alex Bryce and Drake Warner. 5 and 6, we got Steve Chuchka. And Ryan Stubblefield has re-entered. He did bowl a 250 game earlier on A squad. Also Terry Butler and Ryan Powers. Down on lanes 7 and 8, we got Kyle Clark, Perry Goldman, Nicole DePaul, and Steve Landry. Down on 9 and 10, we have Andre Takorda, Kai Yamada, Simon Larson, and Mr. Schottmer is taking his second shot at this event with a re-entry. You can only re-enter once. Ian Dohan, DJ Dutiel, Alex Denton's second attempt, and Mike Gunderson are who we have bowling on 11 and 12. On 13 and 14, we have Tyler Follett, Donovan Grubaugh, Megan Hess, and Megan Kitzmiller. 15 to 16, Mason Sturkle, Richard Wilkinson, Lyle Coleman, and J.P. Richmond. No kidding. J.P. Richmond's here. I did not know that. There he is. Okay, 17 and 18, we got Darren Galbraith and Steve Manchester with Zante Van and Kevin Wolf. On 19 and 20, who you've been watching, we already went over this, Justin Corey, Jay Sandhagen, Jason Poley, and Todd Summers. 21-22, Victor Cortez Jr., Anthony Dodge, Brandon Dodge, and Brendan Schrammick. 23 and 24, Matt Brown, Brad Christie, Josh Powell's second attempt at this one. James Wakefield. Also a re-entry down on 25 is Andy Aries. He's bowling with Austin Lochinger, Chase Donner, and Austin Stocks. On 27 and 28, we got Jesse Bauer, Zach Rhodes, Cameron Foster, and Kristen Foster. Down on 29 and 30, we got Scott Merritt, Pete Rush, Dan Gifford, and Rodney Jackson. 31 and 32, Austin Odd, Sean Bybee, Kyle Kroll's second attempt, and Steve Taylor. And then down on 33 and 34, rounding things out, we have Brooke Allen, Brody Green, Zach Lutmer, and Jerry Mars. I always tell those of you that watch our live streams that you can tell the scoring pace by looking at the first number in each frame. So if you see a lot of 9s, you know it's a pretty favorably easy condition because it's easy to get to the pocket. If you see a lot of 7s, 6s, 5s, and then watch ball reaction and see weird leaves like this 1, 5, 7, that's when you know they're hard. And this is arguably, this is one of the top 5 hardest patterns that we've ever streamed. It really is. You just saw Poley miss a little right and take 3 off the right. And he's a past champion. So you look at Poley's score, he's got a split with an 8 out, 2 7 counts with spares, and now a 3 count. So the score, you know, as Bo Burton says, the scoreboard tells the story. Well, you're not kidding here. You got it right here for you. And then if you want to say, well, I wonder who's kind of lined up. Who's got a good look to the pocket? Well, then that's the scoreboard up there typically that you see 9 spares and strikes. So Poley goes 3-5 for 64 in the 5th. The entry fee for this event was $160. The top 6 all make $1,000 or more. Red Cat wants to know who are the top 5 from A squad. I'll go over that again. Chris Wiley, plus 83, is leading. Second is Joey Ukis at plus 55. Third is Tom Hess at plus 41. Fourth is Brandon Mooney at plus 19. Fifth is Seth Techtmeyer at plus 5. And one other player is plus. They're exactly even, and that's Dwayne Kiltz at 0. Ty Zink in the chat. He's ninth right now at -13, giving some insight to what he saw out on the lanes today. So those of you in the chat that want to read up what he has to say, he'll give you some great insight into what he saw today during A Squad. Coming up tonight, we do supposedly, if flights and everything works out well, we do supposedly have Nick Pate and Sid Brummett bowling tonight, last I heard. I assume they're still bowling unless someone tells me otherwise. I'm going to bounce out of here and take you down the lanes 13 through 16, where once again we have Tyler Follett, Donovan Grubaugh, Megan Hess, Megan Kitzmiller, Mason Sturkle, Richard Wilkinson, Lyle Coleman, and J.P. Richmond. JP's got 81 in the 7th. And right on cue. Put the camera on me, Flanagan. I'll throw strikes for you. Not a problem. Oh, a question from Herb. What do I think Belmo would average on this pattern? You know, that's a tough one. That's tough to say. It really is. I don't think he'd be using urethane out. But I do think where a lot of people are leaving 210s and two pin combinations, that he would leave less of those than everybody else. Okay. So, you know, if I had to guess, I would put Belmo 10 pins higher per game than our tournament leader, which is Chris Wiley at plus 83. So put another 70 on that, about 150 over. So I would say Belmo would average around 220 on this. And that's if he's on his game. If he's got his A game. And the reason why I say that is because, let's face it, we don't have a bunch of power players in the field. Most of the bowlers here, if you look around, you've got a lot of down and in players, low rev right players, and tweeners. Just look around. And we didn't have any huge rev rates this morning per se either. So because of how this is playing, I would say some rev rate would do you good. You know, I think another guy that could bowl pretty good on this. Two guys, actually. One is DJ Archer and one is Tom Doherty. I like the softer ball speed. Megan Hess with a good shot there. Mason Circle's making them look kind of easy out there. 182 in the 8th with a strike up in the 9th. Yeah, Kurt, Megan is Tom's daughter. And Sue's daughter. We got a nice game being bowled here by Mason Sturkle. He can open up with 240. If he opens up with 242, he'll be in third after the last squad. But that's pretty crazy. If he strikes out, he'll be one pin ahead of Tom Hess for the whole squad. Yeah, there you go. Totally jinxed that. But still, 229. That'll put him fourth overall. I'm trying to look around and see if I see any other scores at all. What do we got? We got 238 left down here too for Donovan. Boom. Triple. Don't forget, everybody, we got 7 more games coming up for you tonight at 7 o'clock. Kurt, you can still get here in time. Drive on up, bud. Drive on up. Bowl tonight, C Squad. Oh, my goodness gracious. Should have left the camera on that pair. We just had a guy leave the big 4. Hit the 10 pin square in the face. Bounced out of the back and took the 7 out. I've never seen it before in my life. 7 and the 10 fell out. But the 4 and the 6 stood. That's crazy. That's one thing throughout the block you'll want to see, especially the first 4 or 5 games. You'll notice that there'll be a lot of 2-pin combinations for the right-handers, a lot of 3-pin combinations for the left-handers. All right, I'm going to bounce out of here and head over to 19 through 22. Check back in on these guys here where Jason Poley's put together, I think, a 4-bagger. Still got 237 left as well. Thanks, Big E. That was back in the day, man. That was back in the day. It is kind of crazy how many Big E's talking about the 2015 military championships that we streamed right here on this channel. I was doing it with Tim Mack, along with some other folks. We had some fun. We had some fun with that. Yeah, this squad is full, 64 players. There were some re-entries that came over onto this squad. There are still some openings tonight, but Joe imagines with re-entries he'll have enough to fill tonight. So it'll be 64, 64, and 53. So what is that, 128, 131, 181 entries? That's what I'll have. So here's Jason Poley trying to save a game here. When we left this pair, he was about completely lost. Another shot in the pocket looked good, but... So let's see. Scoreboard, 193 is what he can open up with. About a 5-7 conversion. Nope. And then Poley misses the 10-pin. I think I just cursed him. He strikes like crazy when we leave him. Next door, we have... Anthony Dodge here. Bowling across from Anthony. Anthony bowled good in an event, couple of events ago here. I was a little critical of his spare shooting in the opening match. He couldn't pick a spare. Brandon Dodge has a chance at 217. Well, I've got some company coming up for game number 2. Joining me in the booth now is the 5-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Tom Hess.
3, 4, however you want to count it. Hey, everybody out there in internet land. What's going on today? What do you think, Mike? See a couple more 200 games on this squad than there was on the first squad, but I don't see a whole bunch of big numbers.
Yeah, I see a few more 200 games to start, but I think there were 20 people that were plus after game 1.
Oh, really?
On the last squad.
Oh, I didn't even see game 1.
Yep, game 1 there were 20 players plus, and then the squad ended with 6.
Yeah.
You said it plus 41.
They're easy. I just bowled bad.
Okay.
Yeah, not. They are very touchy today. There is not a lot of room to miss.
You guys having a good time? Yeah, we are. Good.
I'm going to scoot over this way a little bit.
Sure.
We'll let everybody see us for a minute.
Oh, you want me? Okay. I don't know that anybody wants to see me, but
Here we are.
yeah, here we are.
So, Tom, obviously we've been streaming a lot of these events up here in Iowa. You've won 3 of these things. This is where I think you and I have become borderline friends. I guess we can almost call each other friends.
Almost. You owe me a dinner now since I bought last night, so I'm 1 up.
Yeah, I'll give you that. So, dude, so many people from this area, all around the country, of course, but especially in this area, we're so proud of you and so happy for you with the year that you had last year. I mean, there was so much support for you because you missed one of these events, and we were here watching you bowl instead of watching our event here. That's how many people were cheering for you.
Yeah.
I had a big surrounding up here in the booth because I had it up on Bowl TV, and we were our flow or whatever it was, and we were watching you.
I think it was Bowl TV. I think that was the Senior Masters.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah,
was when I was bowling.
Infusion. What happened? What happened that year to bring so much success? Was there anything in particular?
I think a big part of the success was how much bowling I was doing, and it lined up through the summer that we went regional, national tour, regional, national tour, regional, national tour, national tour. Then I went over and bowled the Peterson. Then we had a regional at the Peterson. Then I went to the 11th frame. So, from July 24th to like August 24th, there was a total of 4 days that I didn't bowl for competition. So, got bowling really good during that stretch and just took advantage. And, like any craft, the more you do it, the better you're going to get. And, it just felt good. The biggest thing was bowling became fun again. Out on the senior tour, it's not cutthroat, but there's still really good bowlers that really want to win. But I kind of got back into my element. I went from being, out on the tour, I'm probably in the bottom 20%, rev rate, to out on the senior tour, probably being in the top 10% rev rate. And, we all know that really matters in this game. So all of that coupled with, just having fun and bowling good, and you still don't. It still doesn't seem real. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. You just don't expect to go, hey, I'm going to go win the Senior U.S. Open. Hey, I'm going to go win the Senior Masters. Hey, I'm going to go over and win a gold medal. You know what I mean? To have that all kind of happen, pretty much back to back to back is just,
And then PBA 50 Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year
Yeah.
in the same year.
Yep.
And then you got to go represent the country overseas.
Yep.
And won a gold medal.
Yeah. That was quite the feeling. To stand on that podium and hear the national anthem played with a gold medal around my neck was quite the. Oh, lay there. Oh, sorry, people. I'm rooting on my daughter who's bowling over here on 17 and 18.
So you said that bowling a lot helped you, but dude, you've bowled a lot for years. I mean, you've been a weekend warrior. I mean, I realize that it was a little bit more this year, but.
Well, yeah, but Mike. So I went day after day after day after day. I'm not a big practice guy. I don't practice a lot. So yeah, I mean, I've always been for quote unquote weekend warrior. I'm always bowling someplace every weekend. But I went, Monday through Sunday, just bowling and bowling for competition, which really keeps you sharp.
Did you deal with any hand injuries during all that?
No. The only thing that I'm dealing with a little bit of it right now, I know the people at home can't see, but when it gets dry, I just slight tears in my hand. Other than that, I never have any thumb problems, and I just use our Vice BioSkin Pro and put it on. That's what I was wearing today. If you were watching, that was the silver tape that was on my fingers, and I've never really dealt with hand issues, pain, tearing or anything like that. Got a pretty good fit on my bowling balls, and so I don't deal with a lot of that.
So let's talk about today. I got some folks wanted to know how did you attack the lanes today?
Well, I came up last night, and bowled the practice session. Thought I was going to play the gutter, but they seemed pretty tricky out there. You'd throw one really good and they'd run them over, and then you'd throw one marginal and it wouldn't even be close. But I thought maybe last night that was kind of due to, number one, I wasn't feeling the greatest last night. I had a little bit of a twinge in my back. So I wasn't repeating shots very good last night. And I thought, they oiled right before we went out there. I thought maybe that had something to do with it. So I tried to keep an open mind. I came in today with the plan of playing out with either a reality or a Zen Master. And it just didn't look right. I just didn't feel it. Wasn't repeating shots. Right, get up. Right, with one shot to go, I grabbed the next one, moved left. I thought it's only a 39-foot pattern. Got to be some hook there. I threw one shot in practice with the X1. It struck, so I went ahead and started with that. Bowled a really good game for 2-0. Fortunately, the pins I wasn't doing what the pins wanted, I guess. And then the next pair, man, they were really flat in the middle. Didn't bowl my best effort. Bowled 170. Made a ball change and came down here. I think that one was on camera where I started with the front four. Then I threw two shots that were marginal. I mean, off my hand, I thought they were going to be light swishers, and neither one of them hit the head pin. So that's when I decided, I'm in the wrong area, and kept fighting it and kept messing around. Halfway through game 4, I decided I grabbed our new UC3 and moved to the gutter. Bowled 189 game 4. Then I bowled 80 over the last 3, throwing the UC2, with 258 on the end to get to plus 40 and third on the squad. So I don't know if I should have just stayed out. I don't know if by the fact that it was game 4 that I went out there that maybe they had calmed down a little bit. But even when I was bowling good out there, man, they were touchy. I threw some shots that I thought I threw really good that never hooked. And looking back on it like I do, I don't let things go very easy. Looking back on it, I think ball speed might have been in. I might have just, some of those that didn't hook, I might have just got just a little bit firm And you know, kind of watching as I'm watching Megan bowl, I think that's going to be key. I think ball speed's going to be huge today. The ones that she's had a really good tempo and thrown really good have rolled really nice, and the ones that she's got just a little bit quick on, you know, it only goes about another foot and a half, 2 foot, but just makes all the difference in the world.
Did you leave a lot of 2-pin combinations today?
I did.
That's been the common theme.
Yeah, I had a couple of shots today. I got about 3 of them that I really want back that I threw really good that, you know, of course they were all in spots that cost me 20 pins, you know, so rung a 10 pin down there on the high end. That 225 game that I thought was really good. Left a 4 pin in the 6th game in the 10th frame, or the 9th frame, excuse me, that I thought was pretty close, but I mean, it is what it is. Today was one of the days they say they all break even in the end, but today was one of the days where I definitely feel that I was on the short end of the break spectrum, so maybe that just means I'm going to get them all tomorrow.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I was put on the spot earlier. Somebody asked me what I thought Belmo would average on this.
Oh.
So I'll ask you. What would Belmo average on this?
What would Belmo average on this?
I came up with a number.
You came up with a number?
I did.
See there, she got just a little bit quick with that one, Mike.
And there's a 2-pin combination, yeah.
I think that it was online, just a touch quick. God, what would Belmo? I mean, you know, there's not. You know, my honest answer, it depends on what field he's bowling with. You know, if the PBA tour came out here and bowled on this pattern,
oh yeah,
with all the high
story.
rev, with all the high rev rate, they're gonna burn a little spot to play too. I think scores be a little bit higher. But when you're in a field like the field is here today, where there's several different styles and people playing them several different ways, and my daughter just made the 210. You know, I'm not even going to guess. I don't want to insult the man.
Here's how I came up with an equation for Belmo.
Okay.
First of all, I thought, you know, I didn't see any super accurate power players on the first squad.
Okay.
Just looking up and down the list, you know, I just didn't see any really repeatable shot makers that have a lot of power. I didn't see it.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Well, sorry. So I'm like, because there's so many 2-pin combinations, I feel like Belmo, the way that he bowls, would create a much more, like, he would break up a lot of those 2-pin combinations with his pin action and stuff that he does. And then I was like, okay. And then I thought, well, he's got to be bowling good. If he's not bowling good, he may not average 200. But assuming he's bowling good that day, I said I would give Belmo 10 pins more a game than our tournament leader.
So you put Belmo at 160 over.
Yeah, 153 or so. So then I said I think he would average 220. So I put him at 140. If Belmo came out here and bowled and was somewhat sharp, he would average. I think he would average 220 on this.
Yeah.
I think this benefits rev rate and spare shooting. I actually, I text Pete. I said, Pete, what are you doing? You should come up here. Softer ball speed.
Yeah.
Right? Because you almost, you know, he could probably open this up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
and good spare shooter.
Well, Matt, you know, I crossed with Matt Gass, and at the end there, he actually was, I don't even think he was trying to make spares. He was trying some different stuff because he's going to bowl C squad, and he seems to think that, oh, that was just way hard. You agree? That was quick.
Yeah.
That was quick. Sorry, everybody. You're not watching what
You can
what I
see, you
am,
can
but
see her bowling. She's the pair to the left of the trap doors. So Megan just bowled over on 18. That's what Tom was talking about.
Yeah, and at the end of our block, he was grabbing some shiny balls and moving left. See, now when I went left, I did it with to start with. I did it with an X1 that's pretty much out of box. You know, brand new. I drilled it right before the Regional Players Invitational last week. And he seems to think that they're okay to do that if you do it with the right ball. Thinks he might have a better look out there than he did on the gutter. So I don't know. It'll just.
I actually sort of agree with him.
Yeah. We'll see.
And that's why I kind of thought that.
Hey. So then you take that into consideration that if we think they're going to be a little bit easier with a shiny ball in the middle, I don't know. We were talking about Belmo. What does he like to throw shiny balls in the middle of the lane? Would he bowl good on that? Should we give him another 10 pins a game?
There's still a chance of throwing it through the break, though. I mean, you still can. And if you cut it short, you're through the face. I think the first shot you threw, you stuck a little bit and missed the head pin left.
Yeah, game 2.
Game 2,
yeah,
okay.
First shot, game 2.
Yeah, first shot on our live stream. That's
Yeah.
what I remember.
Yeah. Oh, that was on a pair.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
I'm like, hey, everybody, here's Tom Hess. He's amazing.
He's winning everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Misses the head pin left.
Clutch spare, though, wasn't it?
Oh, it was nice. It was a nice spare.
Yeah, ran it down.
It was, yeah.
Then proceeded to bowl 170. No wonder I bowled 170. It was on camera. I should every time I'm on your camera, I should go turn them around. Maybe I'd bowl better. It's kind of like you hunting me down when I'm on the front 9 or something.
Yep.
I've told him, I said, I'm never going to bowl. If I got the front 9 and I turn around and he's back there, I'm just not going to bowl anymore.
David has a question for you. I think I
Yes.
know the answer already. When the pattern's hard, would you ever line up Brooklyn?
No, I would never line up at Brooklyn. Now I have bowled in some tournaments. I had a regional, would have been 2 falls ago, where they just got. I don't know what happened to the pattern. I don't remember what we were bowling on. It was a 37 or 38 foot pattern, and they got just absolutely brutal. I bowled 170, 170, 160. The game's going into the position round. This is on a Sunday in the finals, and the last game, I actually just threw my plastic ball as hard as I could at the 1-3. Ended up bowling 194, winning my match and moving up 3 spots. So, but I did not line up Brooklyn.
What do you think of Joe Engelkiss was leading the tournament after 5 or 6 games?
Was Joe leading after 6?
Yeah.
Oh. What do I personally think of Joe?
No, just like how wild is that, right? Like,
yeah, that's
because I mean, we joked around about
he does all the stuff. He does all the checking in. Didn't even have his stuff down here. He comes up, makes his announcements. They turn him on for practice. Joe gets down there. He's got to put on his shoes, while everybody else is practicing. He's putting on his shoes, getting ready, and then goes out and leads. Oh boy. The great thing about Joe in scores like this is he's a phenomenal spur shooter.
Yep.
So you just, you know what I mean? You throw a couple good ones. He bowled a couple 250s, I think, today. No, just one. He bowled the 250 down here. He bowled 220 the last game. Just plugging away, just solid. Just keep making good shots and making your spares.
Yeah, the joke around
that
here.
was slow, way slow.
The joke is that if Joe ever won this event, we're done. Drop the mic. no more events.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's got a higher percentage of happening this time than ever through one squad.
And the last time we were here, Joe had a really good shot to win until there was the mistake made where they accidentally put the house shot out on Sunday. I had crossed with Joe. I normally bowl with Joe when we're up here, and he had bowled phenomenal that Saturday and had a really good chance. I actually liked my chances. I had made a big move the last 2 games. Another one of them where I bowled 70 over the last 2. Thought I'd lined up with a little something for Sunday and come in and find out that they accidentally put the house shot out.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that one.
That's the one you missed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe and I tied for 11th.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, standings on this squad. Ryan Powers bowled 246. Mason Sturkle, who we watched bowl the first game, bowled 228. Sean Bybee had 225. Donovan Grubaugh had 222. Alex Bryce had 218. Darren Galbraith had 216. Brandon Dodge had 215. Kevin Wolf had 210. So did Nicole DePaul. Also in 10th is Josh Powell, his second crack at this. He's 5 over after a game. Drake Warner's 2 over. Jake Bedard and Brooke Allen are both 1 over, and Tyler Follett bowled 200 even. Everybody else is minus after game number 1.
So 14. You said there was 20 game 1?
Yeah.
So a full field, there's 11 more people, and 6 less people bowled 200.
Yep.
That's got a chance. Darn it. Yeah, they're hard. They are freaking hard. Looking around here, looking down this way, I don't see 82, 79, 82, 100, 71, 76, 84, 106, 77. These are all fifth frame scores I'm reading, looking down here. There's an 80, 82, 73. There's 90 something, 79, 71, 115, 95. There's, these are brutal. These are brutal. Looks like Ryan Powers has got another decent game. I can't see what he's got in the 5th or in the 6th down there, but he's got strikes 7, 8, 9. It looks like. I believe he would be on 9 and 10 right now. He's the top bowler on 9.
Yep.
Ryan, pretty firm, pretty straight through the front. He's actually bowling right now on 9 down there. Looks like 4-pin. Oh, no, I can read it. Looks like he's going to bowl 2-0. Is that 64 or 84? Can you see that?
No, I can't. Not from here.
Looks like 64, I think.
That would be my guess. How far of a drive is it home for you from here?
About 2 hours. Pretty much exactly 2 hours.
And is it east?
West.
West, really?
Yeah. Yep, straight west on 20 to 35 and then down. Yep, we're in eastern Iowa. I live in central Iowa. Okay.
Where's Des Moines?
Right in the, pretty much right smack center of the state.
I always get confused coming up here.
What confuses you coming up here?
I don't know where I am. I really don't. I went to the Field of Dreams the last time I came up here.
Yep, that was when you were up in Dubuque. Dubuque's about an hour north of here, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I left early.
Actually, no, not north. It's pretty much.
It's hard to remember.
Yeah, pretty much. Dubuque is pretty much straight east. Go right out here to 20, the main drag.
Yep. Have you ever been to the Field of Dreams?
I have never been to the Field of Dreams, Michael.
It was pretty cool.
I bet.
I did 2 things last year. I went to the Louisville Slugger factory
That would be cool.
when I was there for Bowl Expo. I had about 3 hours before my flight, so I went by there real quick. And then I went to the Field of Dreams last year. And now there's a lockout in baseball.
Yeah, thanks. Can we blame you?
Sure.
Those guys aren't making enough money. They need more. What is it? Is it the players aren't making enough, so they need more, or is it the millionaires don't have enough to pay them? The billionaires arguing with the millionaires.
I think it's got a lot to do with trickle-down effect.
Yeah.
If we keep this going as it is, this is what salaries will be. And if fans don't show up or this happens, we are bankrupt. So we have to take this away or do this or blah, 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 or whatever.
Yeah.
1 percentage point is in one direction or the other is probably more than our entire sport has. So those percentage points are a big deal to those guys, I guess. But yeah, I agree with you. The thing I don't like about it is that it takes so long to get something done. They take weeks off before they talk again.
Yeah.
And then if it delays the season, it takes it away from the fans.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. They don't care about, they don't need the fans. That money doesn't come from fans. Those 40 and 50,000 people that pay them ticket prices to go to the games. You should join me. About 5 or 6 years ago, I signed up for Cubs season tickets, and I was 62,000 something on the waiting list. Well, I've got the opportunity to buy them this year. You should join me. You should get in. I'm looking for some guys to corp. It's only a short flight from Salt Lake City over Chicago to come catch a Cubs game. You can wear all your Cardinals gear to Wrigley.
Yeah, I could. I'm a Jazz season ticket holder.
Jazz season ticket holder?
Yeah.
I'll have to pay attention next time I'm heading out that way.
Yeah,
See if I can hit you up in basketball season.
Yeah. Last time he didn't call, didn't text, didn't drop by with some cookies, nothing.
Yeah, and I still feel bad about that. I really do. My plan was to get in, get out, get going. I didn't even stay in the Salt Lake area. I didn't get there. My plans were to leave and get there, and I was going to call you and see if I could stay or go out for dinner at least. Then I didn't get there, stopped short. Then I went up to see the factory and didn't think that I was going to be there. We ended up being there for like 7.5 hours.
Oh yeah, you'll get stuck in there.
I had the privilege of shooting a ball video while I was there and all that. And then wanted to make that drive. I ended up driving from there to Reno. On my way going south. I feel bad. I should have called you. You're right.
Well, I opened up the window and I go, man, something smells out here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Kim goes,
okay.
Is that Hess? I'm like, no, he'd have called or text. It must be the cows.
Uh-huh. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
A couple more comments like that, and you'll be talking to yourself for the rest of the night.
Scott Anderson wants to know, Tom, were the heads really thick on this pattern?
It's weird. I personally didn't think they hooked as much as I thought a 39-foot pattern would hook.
I agree. From watching ball reaction, totally agree.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's, I don't know what oil they use here. I don't know if it's because they use one of the big, thick viscosity oils. I don't know if maybe their lane machine's not cleaning good enough. I don't know. But 39 feet normally you're migrating into 15, 16, 17, 18, you know, or even further. And they're just, you know, people just weren't doing that on our squad. And I actually, like I said, I actually went back further right than I'd been all day at the end. So does that mean they held up better than we think they do? Or does that mean that something you know, who knows? You know, the only thing I'm going to say is hard. They're hard.
Yeah, this might be the hardest I've seen them at one of these events.
Yeah, when we bowl the Iowa Open, we bowl on 40-foot flat.
Okay.
They normally have, you know, 75 to 85 players bowl there. They cut to the top 10, where here we're cutting to 60 or whatever it ends up being, because unfortunately with the date change, we're down a few entries. Happened to run into a couple other events, but I think 50 under is safe.
Oh, without a doubt. I agree.
You know, 17th is 74. Yeah, oh yeah. 50 under is easily in here.
I was thinking 190 average.
So you're thinking 70 under.
Yeah.
Oh boy. They're just, I mean, that wasn't that bad. Sorry guys, I'm talking about my daughter again. And they're just freaking hard. There's some really good bowlers. Lyle Coleman, Lyle bowls on the senior tour, had some big success out on the senior tour. Just bowled 152 that game. Mason Sturkle, who was in second, just bowled 207. $187, 150, 193, 172, 212, 207, 213, 170. There's scores all over the place. Nothing real high. What's funny is you look over there at 25, and there's a 4-bagger up there, but you can't see the score.
Right.
When they pop up, that's liable to be 190.
Oh, it will. Oh, there's no doubt it'll be 190. It'll be like they'll leave a 10 pin in a 10th frame, and then you'll calculate the score, and it'll be like, oh, they can bowl 193. There is no name to this oil pattern. It was specifically created for this event.
Yeah, Joe works with Kegel to put out something a little different for every one of these. This, you know, we have two of the Ebonite, a fall classic and a winter classic, and never in the same. Well, for one thing, they're in different houses. In September, we're normally over at Maple, and then we come over here, which is normally in February, but with men's state tournament being here in Waterloo, we're here in January this year.
Got to give a shout out to Ilpad. $10 donation to the channel. Says lunch today is on me, Mike. Well, thank you very much, Ilpad. I really do appreciate
Are
it.
you going to pay for a single meal the whole time you're here?
I don't know. Maybe not. I do got to remember to put gas in the car, though, because the light came on, and I even went to lunch and forgot to look at it.
That wasn't bad. Wow. You rent a car from St. Louis every time you fly in? Is that what you do? I didn't know if maybe you left one at Kim's mom and dad. You know,
I used to have a car parked there, but not anymore. That car blew up.
That car blew up.
I like what Ilpad says here. 442 people watching. We have 69 likes. Hit that like button, you lazy bastards.
Must be because I'm in the booth, Mike, so nobody wants to hit the like. I'm sorry. Oh. So Donovan Grubaugh, he's about to go from 20 over to 20 under.
Yep.
If he can make the 3, 6, 9, 10. Something I would not want to shoot on this pattern. Oh, that's how I'd have done it, though. And he made it. Hard and firm right at the 3.
Oh, hook. You know, they talk about the topography here, that this install, the screws were screwed down on the 1 board instead of the 2 board here.
Okay.
And these were test panels.
I have never heard that of all the times I've bowled here.
Yep. Normally they screw down the lane panels on the 2 board, and here they were screwed down on the 1 board.
That might affect some topography a little bit.
Yeah, the dowel pins are on the 1 board here. Daniel Albert says, "Where's Daria Payok?" Check her Instagram.
Yeah, she'll be telling you where she's at.
Yeah.
Who does better? Do the guy pros or the lady pros do better on the social media? Oh my goodness.
That's hard.
Oh my goodness. I've quieted Mike Flanagan. I'm gonna have to save that question.
Okay, look. I think people are creatures of habit. Okay? And I think the bowling world is more of a monkey see, monkey do world than most other industries. Okay?
Okay.
So I think there were a few ladies that started doing an extremely good job on social media. So all the other ladies said, "Oh, I got to do this if I'm a pro."
Okay.
And it became contagious. Okay?
Uh-huh.
On the men's tour, I think because the men's tour never took a break, the older generation of players were still relative, and they weren't like, "I'm going to get all over social media at 45 years old and start promoting everything," right?
Yeah.
So then the next generation people didn't really feel like they had to. It wasn't as contagious, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
However, over on the men's tour, and when I start talking about the creatures of habit, over on the men's tour, you had Brad and Kyle start a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Well, Beef and Barnsey have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Darren Tang started a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Packy Hanrahan started a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And they document and vlog what they're doing out on the tour.
Tom Hess has a YouTube channel.
Plug your channel.
But there's no videos on it yet. We were supposed to talk about that this weekend.
Yeah, we were.
Maybe you can't go home Sunday night. Maybe you
Yeah.
got to stick around an extra day, come down to big town of Granger, Iowa, and get going on Tom Hess Bowling on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know,
So just to wrap this up, why are there 4 or 5 motion picture companies as pro bowlers on the men's tour, but we don't have one documentarian female bowler on the women's tour, when the women update their social media way more than the guys?
yeah, that's where I'm going. The women, I think, social media wise, way better than the guys.
Well, they make
Well-
it a point.
More. Let me rephrase that. More women do it than the guys. I'd say, Facebook, Belmo, with his worldwide following, and he's always on there. Sean Rash is very good on social media. But then, like you talked about, Brad and Kyle, Packy Hanrahan, Darren Tang, Wesley Lowe, all these guys carrying around cameras doing. They don't necessarily do Facebook stuff, social media stuff. They do YouTube.
Yep.
They create vlogs.
And there is no woman's bowler, which you would think with all that with all that social. That's what I mean. That's why I say is bowling is kind of contagious and creatures of habit. I think on the women's tour, Plus the other thing is just society in itself. How many dudes do you see taking selfies of themselves out front of different places and posting it all over the social media? But how many women do that and that's accepted? Right? So I think that's got something to do with it too.
Yeah.
But I will say that the women work harder at their social media than the guys do as a whole. But I also think that what some of the guys are doing from a motion picture standpoint and the editing and all the work that goes into all those edits or the help that they get from an editor, that stuff is unbelievable. A perfect example. Last month, Darren Tang received over 1 million views on his YouTube channel.
Really?
Last month.
Very nice.
Okay. CBS Sports Network for a men's show, if I can remember correctly, I don't have access to this information, but on the very first airing, I believe is around 300,000 people. Okay? So you figure you make a show, there's bonuses from ball companies, there's all this money that goes into TV money, right?
Yep.
Darren Tang in a month produced his own show with his own content, hours of coverage, and basically made 3 CBS Sports Network shows in 1 month, produced his own content, did all the work. What's that worth in the bowling world? Right? That's the whole craziness.
So let me, you know way more about this than I do. So if I go to Darren's YouTube channel, and I go to, and then I click off, then I go back on, then I click off, and I go back on, and say throughout if I go 15 times, does that count as 15 views?
Yep.
So not necessarily, it might have been 300,000 people going 3 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
So, but on CBS, 300,000 people watch that one show.
Well, I don't know if they turn it on or off on that either. I don't know how they do the ratings.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that.
Yeah. But still, even if you got 250,000 people to go back to his website 4 times, that's still pretty darn good.
Yeah, there's tech reviewers out there in every other industry, right? So like, DJI makes drones. They'll send drones to these tech reviewers, or product placement, payment. Do a tech review on this thing and we'll pay you $50,000, right? Well, and then it drives people that watch their videos. It gets 10 million views.
Right.
They feel like, well, that person gave a review of it. There are people going to be like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to go buy one.
Right.
Darren Tang did a review of all of the balls of 2021 on his channel, and it's got like 60,000 views. It's a tremendously done video.
Wow.
How many bowling balls does that sell?
I don't know.
And it's well done.
It's hard to say.
But that's what I like about the YouTube thing is because it brings us to the same level as tech companies and things like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because a ball company can come out and say something about their ball, but it's coming from the company that made it.
Correct.
Right? What we really are missing in bowling is a free agent that gets all the balls and reviews all the balls and isn't on staff with anybody, because the public then would give that more street credit, because is a staffer going to go online and say, yeah, they sent me this ball and they really missed the mark on this one?
There is one that's doing it. JR.
Yep.
I'm just going to be honest. I'm not a big YouTube guy, so I don't watch a lot of videos on YouTube. So I couldn't tell you, you know what I mean? I can't tell you if Darren's are any good. I couldn't tell you if JR's are any good. So I don't really know, but yeah, it's interesting, man. I know that, I know you're really good friends with Brad and Kyle, and you helped them start all that stuff, and those guys, those young men worked their butt off to get the following that they've got, and I'm happy for them.
Yeah, Jason Eli here, or Jason L. Bowling says, give Darren's editor Jesse credit for making his channel even more awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, no doubt. He's got a full-time editor.
Oh, okay. What's a full-time editor cost there, Mr. Flanagan?
So here's the thing, right?
I'll send you all kinds of videos. You do all the work.
So here's the thing, right? I know about their I know about their deal, and I don't want to give it out on air. But let's just say Jesse put in a lot of sweat equity into that, and was a visionary to what that can look like. And he was thinking macro, not micro, with that.
You lost me there. Thinking macro.
Macros long term, micros right now.
Gotcha.
That man did work for a year and made probably $1 an hour.
So he was a professional bowler.
Yeah. But starting about a month or 2 months ago, he's probably up the minimum wage. And if they keep going at the rate that they are, then he's probably making $30, $40, $50 an hour, right? So
Yeah.
it's a whole vision thing, you know. Yeah, Jesse's great. There's no doubt about it.
Are those so do those guys? I forget. I know David Dobrik was one of them, and there
Yep.
was another gentleman that you told,
Casey Neistat.
Casey,
Yeah.
You know, when we went out to dinner that one night, and you showed me everything about that, and he was making millions a day. Now has that doubled? You know what I mean? Or do they hit a peak? Or?
Well, so Casey, for instance, he almost lost his family over his dedication to this. So he moved to California and quit.
Oh, okay.
But he's got residual revenue coming in every month, and he makes a video once a month maybe. But he's talked about on many podcasts and stuff of how that work ethic of vlogging 2 years straight, making a movie every day, he became a complete asshole and those sorts of things. So it wasn't good.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, I watched one of David Dobrik's. You know, he's got the show now on Discovery Network.
Yeah, he does.
And
yeah, that guy's everywhere.
I didn't watch it for David Dobrik. I watched it because it was Dubai. So having just been there, I wanted to see, you know, I thought, oh man, this is going to be cool. You know what I mean? They're going to show you the Burj Khalifa. They're going to show you. And it was just a bunch of assholes just rambling and rambling.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
it's reality TV.
people pay for that?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
it's reality TV, man.
But
It's no different than watching somebody sing or watching a stand-up comedian.
But it wasn't even that. It was, they were watching a group of 5 or 6 idiot buddies go around the world and be idiots.
Yeah,
you know?
well, it's no different
That
than
wasn't-
Impractical Jokers or Jackass or
I guess.
right. I mean, I watched The Bachelor with Kim,
Oh, that's
and
the worst
and
show
I watch these women
I need your man card.
argue with each other.
I
Oh,
need
you can
your
have
man-
it.
I need your man
I lost that thing years ago.
I need your man. If you're watching Bachelor,
I used to watch Oprah Winfrey, Tom, when I was younger, because I thought if women were ever going to start a revolt against men, I'd be the first to know. And I say that kiddingly. I'm not a sexist here, everybody, but I watched Tom Cruise jump up and down on that couch. I watched her give away her favorite things the very first time.
yeah, my wife and daughter watch that show, and you know, whenever I'm sitting in the living room and get stuck watching, it's like, wasn't she just kissing that guy a little bit ago? Now she's kissing this guy. Now she's
Yeah.
jumping all over this guy. Now she's on the, you know, and they're doing this on national TV.
So somebody asked, you know, how much does a YouTuber make, you know, in the bowling world? The information's out there to find it, right? So, you know, I'll just give you an example. I would say for every 100,000 views you get, depending on the length of the video and how many ads you have placed in there, is worth about $500. Roughly. For every 100,000 views. So we put a video out with Marshall Kent throwing a 2-pound ball, and it's at 350,000 views. It's about a $1,750 video. Now, the thing that I did with my channel really being transparent here, is I went out and got help. I went out and got instructors, and they're part owners of the YouTube channel now. So the way that works is I don't own 100% of my channel anymore. But it's grown exponentially because I involve these other people. And you'd rather own, say, I'm not going to tell you my percentages, but you'd rather own 20% of $20 million than 100% of $1,000.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was willing to do that. Just like Darren is willing to give up percentage of his channel to someone that's doing a bunch of work editing. So those guys got a deal worked out. Now, somebody like Packy, he edits his own stuff. Brad and Kyle, they edit their own stuff. They don't have editors. Occasionally, they may hire someone to help. But to edit an 8 to 9 minute long video and do it really, really well, you got to pay that person $200 to $500.
For an 8-minute video.
Usually, yeah. I mean, if you want it to be really well done, yeah. That's the going rate in the video world.
Get it.
It's cheap in the video world is $100 a minute. That's cheap. $100 per minute.
I got a buddy. Explain to him. He says, he just sent me a text message. I'd hit the like button, but I don't see it. So tell Jerry on your YouTube channel, how do you get to the like button, Mike? And also he said, I need to get out of the booth. The Chiefs just kicked off.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. We're playing today. Got the Broncos. We're gonna need a little help. We win today, which I think we're gonna get that done. I think we're gonna get the Broncos today, but then we somehow need the Houston Texans to beat the Tennessee Titans to get that #1 seed. And I say we like I used to play middle linebacker for the Chiefs.
That's funny.
Yeah. No, diehard Chiefs fan, man. Bit a strange year to be a Chief fan.
But yeah, so there's a little behind the scenes about YouTube, social media influence and stuff. And the reason why we talk about it here during qualifying is because it's more like a podcast during qualifying. We'll dial in the coverage tomorrow when it gets down to the nitty gritty. But one thing I will say is the amount of impressions and videos that are being created by bowlers on YouTube is helping turn more people on to bowling. We got scores after 2.
Oh my God!
Ryan Powers is 46 over. Darren Galbraith is 40 over. Mason Sturkle is 35 over. Brody Green is 34 over. Sean Bibby is 22 over. Cameron Foster is 17 over. Brandon Dodge is 10 over. Tyler Follett is 6 over. Brooke Allen is 5 over. Ryan Stubblefield is in 10th at -5. He is the first person not plus.
9 whole people plus.
9 people plus.
Out of 64.
Yep. And 46 over was leading after game 1. 46 over is leading after game 2.
He just opened the 9th over there. He's got 187 in the 8th this game. Yeah, Mike, a few years ago when we were both affiliated with Ebonite, you were out doing the World Series. And I came up and watched, and man, that's truly an art. I watched you edit a video after one of the rounds of qualifying where you had, I want to say it was 6 or 8 of us bowlers, and talking about what we did, and I mean, it was just a little quick clip. I think it ended up being about 3 minutes by the time you got done, and I bet we were sitting there talking for 20 minutes while you were doing all that editing. Maybe enough. Might even been longer than that, because it was to think that you're putting that kind of time in to come up with something for a 3 or 4 minute little splash.
The worst part for me is I don't spend enough time video editing. Like, I'm as good of a video editor as I am a cook. I can make some nachos, I can grill some hamburgers, I can cook some steak, but I'm no chef, right?
Right.
To be good at video editing, You need to do it full time. Don't do anything else.
Yeah.
Which means you're not balancing your budget. You're not booking your own travel. You're not live streaming bowling tournaments. You're not working for the PBA. You're not working for ball companies. You are a video editor, and you are striving and learning how to edit better and better, and you get quicker at it. My problem is it's just one of about 30 things that I do. So it takes me much longer to edit something. And then your equipment, the equipment makes a big difference too.
So you're saying this gentleman that Darren, that's all he does?
Yeah, he's an editor.
So he's probably spending a half an hour to do the whole video where.
No. Not with the transitions and stuff this guy does.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this guy's. The last video he put out from trials, I mean, he's got Darren going to black and white on the way to the approach, and then it goes back to color when he releases the ball, and instrumental music, and I mean, this guy Jesse, he's great.
Aha.
But in the bowling world, he is the best editor ever. But in the YouTube world, he's a good editor.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
I get you. Yeah,
just like this product, this product that we're doing right here, Mike, what you do is amazing. Your broadcasts are great. I come up here by myself. I'm a one-man show. I was just talking to Joe about this. If anybody ever dumped money into this, like, Red Bull said, "Oh, we're going to sponsor this guy's channel for $300,000 a year," I would have 2 manned camera operators up here. I would fly in Marshall Holman or something, right? I mean, I would have Bo Burton here, whatever.
Tom S. for free just ain't cutting it, huh?
Oh, you could not bowl and I'd hire you. No problem. But if I had a budget, this what you're watching right now sucks. In the bowling world, it's great.
Yeah.
But in the live streaming video production, there's church services that run circles around this.
Oh, God. 710.
So that's it would just be wonderful if that happened.
Yeah. So what do you got to do to make that happen? What do you need? Right place, right time?
Probably gambling.
Gambling on bowling?
Yeah, if I could set up and you could do OTB betting through my website on this shot right here. Okay, Ryan Stubblefield on lane 15. Over or under 9.
Under. For $1. Thank you.
You get 8?
Yeah, it's 3.9.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right there.
I'm watching on the screen.
Yeah. I'm waiting for my $1. I took the under.
Okay, Ryan Powers, will he spare this? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's minus 180. Spared it.
Now I'm at $2.
No. That's minus 180. So you had to. Yeah, you did get $2, but you had to lay 180 to get it. But that would do it.
That would bring interest. The problem, and they've tried to do this with the PBA Tour. What sucks is we don't bowl for enough money for it
That's
to
part of
ever take off.
And DraftKings does hockey, and they can't even fill those contests for the National Hockey League.
Really?
So you think they want to touch bowling?
Right.
Right? So I know Rob and Big Mike from Sweep the Rack talk about, gambling's got to be in bowling, I agree with you. But DraftKings would rather put their money into attracting more NFL followers than to dive into bowling or lacrosse or diving or darts or cornhole. And that's what we're viewed like. We're lumped in with those sports.
Something that just kind of surprises me is you got the Sprint NASCAR Cup. How many millions of dollars does Sprint give to NASCAR? Could you imagine if Sprint cut back on NASCAR 5% and gave that 5% of what they give to NASCAR to bowling, how much that could change the bowling industry?
Yeah, they got to see the ROI though.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, T-Mobile and Sprint sponsor Delta Airlines. So if you fly on Delta, you get free text messaging in the air if you're with that carrier.
Nice.
So how many people that fly Delta exclusively said, oh, man, I'm going to switch over to T-Mobile or Sprint next year because I want to be able to get free text messaging on the planes.
Yeah.
You know, when NASCAR first did that deal, you could get driver access to listen into their in-car audio and stuff if you were with Sprint and Nextel.
Huh. I did not know that.
So they've got a perk with it, right?
Uh-huh.
So what if you got like free bowling at a bowling center? If you had, if you had this perk or something, right? Well, you would switch over, and then it would be worth sponsoring. But there's no technology thing that fits that.
Right.
These tournaments they're doing with Lane Talk with these, where you can go bowl at a bowling center and post your score and stuff.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's a real interesting concept. I had this really goofy product idea, Tom, I wanted to tell you about. Came up with it at the Holiday Doubles.
Okay.
You know how golf has rangefinders?
Yeah.
You pull out those binoculars, see how far everything is away. I want to make a bowling one where you can pull this thing out and you can look down at the pins and see if the pins are off spot or if you got a cracked pin in there or anything like that. Can you imagine how much longer it would take to bowl a block if I sold one of those to everybody in the field?
Oh, my goodness.
That'd be part of your pre-shot routine.
You must have had way too much time on your hands at the Holiday
Seriously.
Doubles.
But mine would have like a little container where you could put your tape in there and stuff,
You know, what you need to add to that is you need to get a laser pointer to point on the pin
And it'll tell
where
you.
you need to hit the 2 to put it into the 10.
Yeah, that'd be good. But how about if you could just take this thing and it would analyze the pins? And if it comes up in a yellow or a red, you need to re-rack.
Yeah, well, I've been into some centers where we wouldn't get
You'd
done.
never bowl. You'd never bowl.
We wouldn't
Man, it was
get
red
done.
again. Oh, man, reset, red again. Reset, red again. Or how about if you could have like one of those things on and you could actually look at the lane and it would show you the topography.
Now, that would be cool. That would be cool.
I mean, there's got to be something out there that can read that.
You need some glasses where this invisible oil that
Yeah, the
we
oil.
put on the
You can see
lane,
the
you
oil,
can
yeah.
actually see where the lane's, so you can see where guys have been
See,
playing.
I'm telling you, man, there's something here with this. And then I could charge probably like $399 for this device.
Yeah. Yeah, then you can endorse me to wear it. I like it.
Yeah,
Hurry up.
it's a good idea.
Get going on it.
You're going to bowl the regular tour this year, right?
I am.
Man, that'd be so cool if you have your best year ever this year.
That would I mean, I'm going into it with a much more open mind this year. I was the last few years I was trying so hard to win again. I didn't want to be, you know what I mean? It bugged me to be the hashtag one-hit wonder that we so eloquently joke about here. You know,
Yeah.
right here in this very building was, you know, kind of where that started. But you know what I mean? I do realize that what I did last year on the senior tour isn't the regular tour, but man, I did it against some of my idols and some of the legends of the game, and to me, that's justified, you know. Every show you're on, you're bowling Hall of Famers, you know. I beat Walter on TV, I beat Pete on TV, I beat Chris Barnes on TV. The one I didn't beat was Parker. He decided that he was going to go on a little month run there and just run run everybody over. So
It was really cool to see he and Justin bowl so well at the Holiday Doubles together too.
Yes. You know,
I think he bowled his highest block ever in his career to open match play.
Are you sure? Because he had a regional up in the Seattle area a couple of years ago where he set the 9-game record, I believe it was.
Yeah.
It was the 8 or 9-game record.
They were talking about it. I don't remember exactly, but they were saying something about his numbers on Sunday were just ridiculous.
Were his numbers on Sunday better than they were on Saturday night? Saturday night, he struck on something like 44
Maybe that was
of
the
50
one.
shots.
Maybe it was the best 5-game block he's ever had in his career.
Yeah, I think he was 340 something over
For 5.
For 5.
Yeah, I think that's what it was then.
Or 320 or something like that. Yeah, it was stupid sick. Yeah, but he's I mean, when that man gets lined up, that man, I'll never, the first Masters that I went and bowled was in Salt Lake City in 95 or 96, I forget the year. But they had a deal set up where they were hardest throw, most accurate, you know, all kinds of things. And you threw 5 shots, and Parker's 5 shots were within like a 1/10 of an inch of each other at the arrows or something, just absolutely stupid. He's amazing. And, you know, you mentioned him bowling with Justin. I think there's a few guys that right now that are getting sparked by what their kids are doing.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm enjoying the hell out of going and watching Megan bowl when I get the opportunity. You know, she's struggling a little bit today, but she's been bowling great. She's made 4 all tournament teams in a row, you know, with her college team.
That's great.
You know, Parker was sure excited. Justin was excited to bowl with Parker was just as excited to bowl with Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Parker and I are pretty good friends. Parker and I actually roomed together when we were over in Dubai. And Chris and Ryan, you know, I mean,
Yep.
Chris has been upfront and honest about, you know, watching Ryan has really rejuvenated him. And, you know, it's awesome to see.
You know, the same thing's happening in baseball right now. You got Bo Bichette,
Yep.
right?
Dante, yep.
You got Tatis.
Yep.
You got Vlad Jr.
Yep. Yep.
You know, same sort of deals happening over there. You know, and it kind of started here with Nair,
Yeah.
McCune, even his son.
How about that? Three
Nairs, yeah.
No.
Oh, McCune,
McCune's
3. Yeah, 3.
3 generation. The only, as far as, I mean, I haven't heard anybody refute that, but the only 3-generation PBA champion family, with Don, Eugene, and now Kevin, winning here about a month ago, 2 months ago now, up in Clinton. That was pretty cool. We were just out at the RPI, and Don was out there, and Kevin got Rookie of the Year in the Midwest, and Eugene got PBA 50 Player of the Year in both the Central and the Midwest. He's quite a player, man. That guy. He might be, you know, him and Ryan Schaefer ironically roomed together for years, and those might be the 2 most underrated players ever.
Yeah, and Eugene could do it all. He could hook the whole lane.
Yep.
He could throw it 100 miles an hour up 5.
I joke with him all the time. If he realized that there was, you know, arrows between the first one and the 5th one, that he might have won some stuff, you know, because that's all he ever does.
Ian here almost picked up that split, and he had a bunch of strikes going in the 10th frame through the first one and the 10th, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what kind of game he's got going. 199.
Yeah, he had a 5-bagger, at least a 4-bagger there, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We did just see 240 posted up on 19 and 20, though, so that was...
Our leader just bowled 223 that game. So he's going to be 69 over now.
I want to thank everybody watching here. I'm joined by Tom Hess here in the booth. We've just been kind of talking things over.
Oh, thanks, John. Touchdown, Kansas City. Can we get the TV up on one of these little fancy things you got in front of us? Can we do that or not? I suppose not.
We can turn it on our phones. I think it's on the ESPN app.
Watch ESPN.
Finishing up game number 3 here on lanes 21 and 22. Don't forget we do have C Squad coming up for you tonight here at just after 7 o'clock. Once again, 2022 Ebonite Winter Classic. Want to thank all of our sponsors. Want to thank our title sponsor, Ebonite. Next time you're considering a bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling ball. Also want to thank USA Mortgage, Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, Budweiser, the OP Restaurant on Ridgeway, Infusion Bowling, Kwik Star, Kwik Trip, and the Hampton Inn. If you're just joining us, leading from this morning, there were 6 players that bowled 200 or more for their 7 games, meaning 200 average, not 200 over. Chris Wiley leads at plus 83. Second was Joe Engelkiss at plus 55. Third was Tom Hess at plus 41. Fourth was Brandon Mooney at plus 19. Fifth was Seth Tegtemeyer at plus 5. And then Dwayne Kiltz was even in 6th. This particular squad here, we have 8 players plus after 2, which is pretty similar to what we had earlier today. The scores went down and down the more they went through the house and as the lanes broke down and transitioned. Got game number 3 wrapping up on the right side of your screen. Game number 4 underway on the left side of your screen.
I think it's going to be lower than 70, Mike.
Probably will be. 188 average, 187.
Yeah, they're just... Sorry. Pulled on the Chiefs game, and the punter got roughed, and then he got up and got all excited and made the first down like he did something to cause that. Kickers.
They want to know what's your mental preparation for a tournament like this. And I'm going to step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
My mental preparation for something like this, you know,
How many times do you get to see your daughter bowl?
sorry, hang on a second. I'm answering a question here. It's just, you know, especially when you pay attention. I wasn't really looking at the scores all that much early today, but then when I did look at the scores and saw, you know, just how low they were, my mental preparation is, you know, you just stay in the moment and just make the spares and just keep grinding, because scores are going to be low. And I'm surprised that they're this low, to be honest with you. You know, we're bowling on a 39-foot pattern with the ratio of, you know, of 2 to 1, but they're just hard, and just making a spare is the key. Angelo Ferrara, I track very high. I'm very close to the fingers and the thumb. My PAP is actually 6 over and 1 up. Yeah, bowling here on 19 and 20 in the flower shirt. Oh no, it's not flowers. It's dog paws. It's colored dog paws. That's Ryan Powers. That's your tournament leader. Ryan was at 46 over after 2 games and just bowled 223 last game, so he's at 69 over. Ryan Stubblefield there on 19. Ryan was in 10th at -5. I did not see what Ryan had last game. Yeah, that's, you know, that's pretty right. One ball at a time. You know, if you don't strike, make a spare. I mean, 5, 6, 7 baggers were not out there today. You know, up until the last game when I bowled 250, the longest string of strikes I had through the first 6 games was a 4-bagger. And it wasn't like I was bowling really bad. They're just hard. The one thing though today, I mean, of course you're always going to throw some shots that you think are really good that don't strike, but I thought for the most part today, when you threw it good, you got rewarded. There was probably only 3 or 4 shots that I really thought that I threw really, really good that didn't strike. So you know, you just gotta keep grinding, just keep going forward. Just realize, you know, I'm a big scoring pace guy. If everybody's averaging 220, then that's what I need to do. If everybody's averaging 190, well, then figure out how to do that. If everybody's averaging 250, figure out how to strike more. Doesn't matter to me what the scoring pace is. I just want to win. Doesn't matter to me whether I win 190 to 189 or 290 to 289. The 2-to-1 ratio means that it's pretty much flat. Your typical house shots are anywhere from 7 and 8, 9, 10 to 1. And what we mean by that, you know, is that there's 7 or 8 or 9, 10 times as much oil in the middle of the lane as there is on the outside of the lane. So the higher that number, the more it gets crowned. Holy cow. We got an out of range here on 19. Ryan just slid the 5 right behind the 8 right behind the 5. Yeah, and you know, I see Joe's talking in the chat there. Joe does bowl this event, so Joe doesn't have anything to do with that. They work with Kegel to set up the pattern for this event. We actually have 2 of these. One's here at Cadillac and one's over at Maple. And Kegel takes care of all that for Joe. Yeah, Brian, this pattern is way tougher than what we just bowled on out in Las Vegas. The one in Vegas had a little bit more shape to it, I would say. The other thing that helped the scores, you know, in Vegas is, you know, that was a field of 120 of the best regional players from all around the country. And most of the guys, you know, played them similar. I think a lot of guys learned there. The number on the cut number out in Vegas actually more than doubled the second day. After our first 8 games, 32nd was plus 105. And then after we bowled 8 more games Tuesday morning, the cut number actually went to 246. So that's kind of a rare thing for that to happen. Normally you can expect it to normally just about double, or normally even just short of doubling. But for it to go, basically up 150% is quite a big jump. Tony's asking, do I have a hard time not paying attention to what players are doing around you as far as scoring or how they're playing the lane? I wouldn't say that I don't pay attention to that, because, it depends on the situation. If I'm lined up and I'm bowling well, and I'm paying attention to the scoring pace and I think that I'm doing fine, I don't pay attention to what anybody else is doing, because what I'm doing is working. When you're struggling and you're off the pace, then you are looking around. You're trying to find, you're paying attention to the score sheet. You're looking to see who's bowling good. You're searching that person out, trying to find out what they're doing, because obviously that's success. They're having success, so you want to try to emulate that as best you can and figure out what they're doing and try to do that to make your scores go up a little bit. Yeah, we talked about that, about the people playing up 5 and 10. I thought that today, for whatever reason, I don't know, it could be because it's really cold. I mean, it's bitter cold here in Iowa today, and it's actually pretty cold in the center. I'm sitting here in a coat. The colder the temperature, the more the oil stays there, I guess. But I thought they played way tighter than a normal 39-foot pattern. Normally a 39-foot pattern, by the end of the 7th game, you're in and you're shaping it. And today, for me, it didn't look like making the ball shape was the right play. So I actually went back to the right, and that's where I had all my success the last 3 games, bowling 80 over the last 3.
Tom, I'm sure you did this because you're the best in the business, but did you mention that our tournament leader is here on lanes 19 and 20?
I absolutely did.
I figured you did.
Yep. Been reading through, answering as many of the questions as I could see there. So the equipment, they're asking what equipment I was planning on using. When I came in here last night for the practice session, my game plan was to start a little bit further right. I was thinking I was going to start with a stronger ball, in the reality Zen Master type thing, and then just gradually move, left as the day went on, progressing down into your Zens and your X2s and things like that. But I found them really, really tricky on the gutter last night in practice. Didn't know if that was because there was a high school meet, so they oiled the lanes and then we went right out, on them. So I kind of took last night's practice session as a grain of salt. Then I came in today trying to play out there, and boy, I'd throw one really good and it'd just absolutely run them over, and then you'd throw one marginal that you think might swish, and it would miss the head pin. And then you'd set one, just a little bit short or throw it a little bit slow, and you think, shit, that's going to 4-pin. And it would catch the left side of the head pin. So I made the decision late in practice, just go ahead. It's only 39 feet. There's got to be some hook in the middle. I moved in and started playing, started looking at 13, 14, so I was probably hitting, 16, 17, because I hit a little bit left of what I'm looking at. Bowled a really good game the first game for 2-0. Then the next pair, I think the middles were just way flatter. And bowled 170, did not throw the ball very good. Stayed in the middle, made a ball change, ball down from the X1 that I was throwing. I went to a trend 2, started with the front 4. Threw a shot that I thought was marginal, hoping it was going to swish, and it missed the head pin. But I just thrown the front 4, so I threw it 4 more frames and ended up going 10 pin and then washed out again and then 10 pin. And then tried to make it hook in the 10th and didn't throw very good. Ended up making a ball change. Fought that for about the next 4 frames, and then my key to success today was I grabbed the UC3 from Rotagrip and just went way right. And I was looking at 4, so I was probably hitting 6, 7, and even then, throwing the urethane out there, the speed control was the big thing. I had a couple that really surprised me that I thought I threw really good that never hooked. And it must have just been a little quick. My key to the success today was I didn't miss any makeables. Missed 3 washouts. Other than that, every other open I had was a split. Spares are going to be key today.
They're asking who the woman is bowling on the right pair.
Can't make out the name of the jersey. There's no women on the live stream right now.
Nicole DePaul is probably who they're talking about. I think she's just to the right of this pair, maybe.
Yeah, Nicole is on 21 and 22.
I didn't see her down there.
Yeah,
but
she's on that pair.
Okay. She got off to a good start game 1.
Yeah, she's 50 under after 2.
Okay.
She bowled 212 the first game, I believe it was. Yeah, she had 210. Game 2, she's down to 49 under. So that would add up to 141 game 2.
So what's upcoming for you, bowling? You got a lot of stuff coming up, right?
Oh, yeah, we're just fixing to get busy here, bowling this event. Next weekend is the Players.
And where are you going for that one?
I'll be in Milwaukee. There's love what the Players, the new format for the Players was born out of the COVID pandemic, and I love the idea. The Players Championship now has 5 regional events. The West is in California. The Southwest is in Dallas. The Midwest Central is in Milwaukee. The South is down in Tampa, Florida. And the East is in Virginia. And they have 5 events where the top 5 make the show down in Dallas. Then the next weekend down in Euless, Texas. And you have to bowl in the area that you live in. They divide the country into...
Is it 5?
5. Yep, there's five spots, and then they send the international players into their own. They have to bowl. They don't just get to pick which region. Like Australia goes out west. I noticed the England guys this year are going to Texas. The Danish and the Swedish, and they're all going to Florida. Mexico's going to Texas.
Hey, Tom, real quick, get a look at this hit on the left lane. Look at this replay. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh!
I just happened to catch that real quick. I was
Nice. Nice. Just replayed Terry's Smash 7 there. Terry was trying to talk to me earlier. Oh, boy. I was just saying, Terry, they replayed your Smash 7 there. He rewound it. Yeah, then moved it over and then it fell down. Oh, I talk to Mike in here all the time when I'm here. Yeah.
Got the standings up to after game number 3. Ryan Powers is your leader, who we've been watching this game. It's plus 69. Darren Galbraith is in second at plus 46. Third is Sean Beebe at plus 33. Fourth is Kai Yamada at plus 26. Fifth, Cameron Foster at plus 20. Jesse Bowers in sixth at plus 8. Brody Green is in seventh at plus 7. Ryan Stubblefield is eighth at plus 6, who we've also been watching. He's up on lane 19. Jerry Mars is in ninth at plus 3, tied with Brooke Allen. 11th is Kristen Foster at plus 1. 11 players are plus this squad.
Up to 11 plus after 2, huh?
Yeah. 3. After 3.
Oh, after 3, yeah.
Got a few questions here for you.
Okay.
When you were talking about the upcoming stuff, were you talking about the regular tour or the 50 tour?
The regular tour. I'm going to bowl the regular tour this year as long as it's fun. You know, so we still, like I was saying before I stepped away there, the Regional Players Championship, those 5 events happen next weekend across the country. The finals for those will be the next weekend. The top 5 from each one of those events will go down to Texas, and there will be another 6 shows from that event. Pretty cool idea. Thank Tom Clark and the PBA for doing that. Then we go to the U.S. Open over in Indianapolis, then up to Jackson, Michigan. Then we'll be down at the Bradley with my I'm trying to decide. I think I might just pull my bowling balls. I might just go get some kind of bag that I can just pull them from Jackson, Michigan down to Louisville and just let them bounce on the concrete. And so maybe I can get a little bit of hook when I get down to Louisville. Then up to Kokomo, then over to the TOC. Then up to the World Series, then down to Texas and over to Colorado before heading out to Vegas for the Masters. Hopefully that's pretty successful. Then I'll take a couple weeks off. Then we'll kick off the PBA Tour down in April, down in South Florida, down in Fort Myers. Run up the East Coast for 6 events. Take a little time off. I think there's a week or 2 break there. Then we go out to the Senior Masters and then the U.S. Open this year's in Lubbock, Texas. We'll stop down in Odessa, then up to Colorado, and then this year the Senior Tour will actually end in the August-September time frame, July-August, time frame in the Midwest region.
And Dakota Vostri wants to know, why have you been winning so much lately? What's the key to success? And
Well-
then Joe said it's because he went to lunch with you.
Yeah. I went to lunch with Joe and Rosie, Brian Thompson. I can't remember who else was there. I think maybe even Dakota might have been. Dakota might have been there. But yeah. Yeah, and so everybody got their meal on time but me. So
Oh, that was it then.
yeah, that turned my fortunes around.
Yep, sure
You
did.
know. It's awful nice of Dakota to watch and not come bowl this weekend. Was Dakota scared to come bowl this weekend? Is he in there? Is he in the chat?
Yeah, Dakota was the one that asked the question.
Oh, there we go. I see him. You still got time to get over here.
Yeah, it's getting close now, though, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, he's only Chicago. He could drive a little fast. It's 4:15. He can get here. If he'll get on his way headed over here, I'll talk Joe into stalling for you so you can get here. Well, Michael, I think I'm going to step out of the booth for a little bit, bud. Megan's getting down there where I can't
Yeah, well,
quite see her.
thanks for spending some time in here with me.
You're welcome, bud. Always enjoy. Always. Well, maybe I should stay here. Oh, nope. Turkey Open, 122 in the sixth. But yeah, I'll stick around for at least the start of C Squad, and if you don't have anybody else to come sit with you, I might come sit back in again for a little bit.
Up to you, man. Chair's always open for you.
Yeah, unless somebody else is sitting in it.
Yeah. Normally doesn't happen here.
Oh.
In the evening, a few guys want to get in here, but they've already watched this entire squad while drinking.
You don't let the drunken mess in the booth anymore?
No, that stopped about 6 years ago.
We need to. You know what we need to do? The best thing that I think has ever happened on this live stream.
When I bowled Big Red?
Yes. We need to make that happen. You and Big Red, you and anybody. House ball match.
Yeah, I'd love to do it on this, too.
You know, at midnight, after everybody's already tired, let's keep them up for another hour.
I'm pretty sure I could bowl. I could bowl a score. When the cut number gets announced, I could go down there with a house ball with 2 balls on each lane and bowl a good enough score that if you'd have times that by 7, I'd make the cut. I did it the last time with Big Red.
Yeah?
Because they were low scoring at that one, too.
Yeah? Wow.
I mean, that wasn't even close, that contest.
Yeah, you kind of ran him over.
Yeah.
So, all right, bud. Well, everybody, thank you very much for listening, tuning in. Once again, go ahead and find that like button. Hopefully Jerry found it. I asked you to explain it to him. You never did. But find that like button. Hit that like button. Especially if you like what Mike's doing here. And tune in and enjoy some of this fun bowling. And I'll probably be back in a couple hours.
Yep, and you get your money's worth today because
2 shots every frame.
2 shots every frame, right.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't normally make for happy campers, but oh well.
That's all right.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Tom. That's Tom Hess, everybody. Drew Locke's just running into the end zone multiple times here. Tom's up here watching the Chiefs game. What's up, JG? How you doing, bud? Hopefully you enjoyed listening to Tom Hess. I mean, he's had an incredible year. I think we all knew Tom's ability, and I think some of the things that he's done in the past has been a little over-exaggerated, personally, and which has caused for some unnecessary thoughts about Tom. Every time he bowls bad or gets a little frustrated, some of the comments and things like that, I think were a little blown out of proportion over the years. You talk about somebody who has driven a ton of miles over the years just to make it to bowling events, and there's the competitive side of each bowler and there's the human side of each bowler. When you put that much pressure on yourself and you're bowling for a check and trying to make things work, and we all know how the world of bowling is. All the professional bowlers don't get paid enough money because we don't have as much money in our sport. Every once in a while somebody gets a perk, that stuff starts to weigh on you. He was snubbed from the PBA league a couple times. And it's just been a grind his entire life out there on the tour. Yet he could come to a weekend tournament, relax a little bit, be around his friends and people he's more familiar with. Also on the regional tour had a lot of success, but that national tour just snake bit him. winning the Masters was amazing, but man, it was just such a battle for so many years. And now Tom goes out last year and has kind of a draw the line moment. You know, I used to do that on my score sheets when I would bowl. If I wasn't bowling well, I'd draw a line on my score sheet like it's a whole new tournament. And I think that senior tour being more of a relaxed environment, more of a less pressure, and he was able just to go out and do what he does best and go out and make shots and get a couple breaks here and there, and the momentum builds, and next thing you know, you get on a heater for a few weeks, and a few weeks turns into a few months, and goes on to win PBA 50 Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, 2 majors, and earned a lot of respect from his fellow bowlers out on the lanes. He was picked to represent our country, went out, got the job done, got the gold medal. And I don't know if he shared this with you guys or not, but he's not working anymore in his regular job. So his full-time job is now just bowling. So I think we're all rooting for Tom this year out on the regular tour. He wasn't going to bowl the regular tour until he had this season that he had. And now that he's had this season, he's going to go out and try to carry that momentum. And we've seen that a few times over the years where a PBA 50 player, rookie or player of the year, starts to have success on the regular tour. I can remember one particular moment when John Handegard was player of the year on the PBA 50 tour and won on the national tour the same year at that age and hadn't been a factor at all on the regular national tour. So it would be good to see Tom at least make a couple shows this year on the regular tour. And if I had to make a prediction, I believe he will cash in more events this year than he has any other year on the PBA tour. And the list of one-time titleists is long, but the list of two-time titleists is much shorter. And I know that would mean the world to Tom to get that second national tour win. So good luck to Tom this year. He's always been a peach to come sit in the booth with me and spend time talking about whatever it may be. A lot of times we get off on the business side of things in here because we just haven't had a chance to catch up. So earlier when we were talking about YouTube and numbers and stuff like that, we'd like to talk about those things, and we just have an open conversation on the air with you. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We will be bouncing out of here currently. We got a 214, 206 left, but I want to go over and check on Jerry Mars. And these guys here, clean up my paperwork here a little bit as well. Tom made a disaster on my sheets up here. I'm just giving him a hard time. He really didn't, but there we go. Got my standings up here after 7. Got my standings after 3 on this block. Got my lane assignments right here. You see Steve Taylor down there. White and red shirt. Steve Taylor bowling with Kyle Kroll, Sean Bibby, and Austin Odd. Then you're also seeing Brooke Allen, Brody Green, Zach Lutmer, and Jerry Mars. Jerry won the 11thframe.com Open, the most recent one. 2021 edition, I should say. Oh, it was Big Red. It was Big Red in here. Okay, I got you, JG. Hope you're well. Hope you're well, guys. Drilling bowling balls. You know, Tom was talking about how his hand with all his bowling didn't split open or anything. He's got a really good fit. Tom gets his bowling balls drilled at, I believe it's Bowlers Connection Pro Shop, where Big Red and Jason Guest own the shop. So that, they're in there working all the time. So kudos to you guys for getting Tom's fit perfect and drilling those balls perfect for him. How's it going, Dave Waswo? There are still C Squad openings. Oh, Joe answered that question for you. I want to say hello to Kyle Anderson. I saw join the chat. David, Tim. I haven't done a poll question yet. Let's do a Tom Hess related poll question. How about that? Who will win the 2022 Ebonite Winter Classic? Tom Hess. I'm going to do Tom Hess, Nick Pate, or the field. Question in the chat, what's the entry fee? $160. If you want to find out more information about these events, head over to GIBA-bowling.com. And you can click on the schedule, and then you click on the more info on this event right here, and you'll see the flyer. There's over $5,000 in added money, has the prize payout. Everything's right there for you to look at. Also, I am going to link you guys to a couple of different things here for you. Let's go with this one right here. If you want to see any standings, there's this link right here. And then also, there's this link right here where you can find standings as well. Posting that in the chat for you. Somebody in the center said that the Dallas Cowboys game tonight is canceled. And I don't think that's true. Not sure if anybody wants to confirm that for me. I was just curious. Hey, JG, you know what it's about time for? It's almost time for an ice cream social. When's the last time you had one of those? The old ice cream social. Donnie Ackland says confidence is very key to winning. Wasn't it was it an Old Spice commercial where they said confidence is very sexy, don't you think? What was that? What commercial was that? I want to say it was Jack Lemmon. I could be way off on this. Was it a deodorant or a cologne? Kyle Kroll has the 6 just lean into the gutter and sit there and not connect on the 10. It's going to be in the 160s. Keep in mind, this is his second shot at this. He bowled this morning. This is entry number 2. Yeah, Dave, it might have been Axe Cologne or something. I don't remember. I could probably Google search this right now. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think? Alright, I'm going to look it up. Because this is so important right now. Jack Palance Skin Bracer commercial. That's what it was. I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think? That's it. Thank you, Google, for the help on that one. Yep, El Bolo Loco's got it. You guys are great in the chat. I could just sit here and just read the chat. Thanks, Shepard. Thanks for letting me know on that. I didn't see anything either. I think the guy was trying to pull one over on his buddy who's a Cowboys fan. Patrick Mahomes is dancing around for whatever reason. And then just throws it to Denver, and the guy drops the ball. Chiefs don't look good today, from what I can see from this television screen right here. They do not look good. Well, no bowling yet on our other pair. Again, if you're just tuning in, very low scoring event here. My name is Mike Flanagan. I welcome you into the booth. Happy to have you here with us in Waterloo, Iowa, at Cadillac XBC Lanes. Sporting one of our T-shirts that we make here, which you can see, I think, right down over here is a coupon code that you can use. Actually, it's like right there it is. It's called YouTube, and you save 15% at InsideBowling.com. You can pick up one of these cool shirts like this one here, Striking Out. Somebody said earlier that they saw this shirt and thought, I'm craving a hamburger now. I don't know why. I have no idea why that would be. But hey, eat a hamburger, and while you're eating a hamburger, you can do some shopping over at InsideBowling.com. We would appreciate that. We actually print the shirts inside of our house, which is right behind our kitchen. That's where we do this now. So you'll get a hand-printed shirt by Kim, and when I get home, I'll actually bag it up for you, and I'll put a label on it, and I'll drive it to the post office for you, and then we'll get it to you. That's how that'll work. Hey, that's my cue, everybody. Got some more bowling here, which we all know that's what we want to see. I've done podcasts on this channel, and only like 3,000 views. Bowling balls go down the lane, then we start getting some views. So let's get some more views here. Game number 5. I should probably shut down this poll question. Not bad, almost 50-50. 70 votes. The poll question was, who will win this event? Tom Hess and Nick Pate or the field? Field 61%, Hess and Pate 38%. Nick bowls tonight. At least he was scheduled to bowl tonight. Do we ship to Sweden? Right now we're not shipping internationally. And it takes forever to get to you. The Postal Service messed up a few of those orders. So unfortunately right now we don't ship there. I wish we did, but we just don't. I'm sorry. Hopefully when the world opens back up, it'll be better. So we got 8 players here right in front of us. We do have a Jerry Mars sighting. I know somebody was excited about that. We got a Steve Taylor sighting as well. Nick Pate was at Team USA trials. Kurt, you want to look at me on the screen? Is that what you want? You want me to build the picture-in-picture so I'm down in the corner? I was just a little lazy to do it today. And we're a little tight, a little more tight quarters here. And usually the reason why I put that, here's a little inside knowledge for everybody. Whenever I put the little booth cam up down in the corner so you can see whoever's talking, 99% of the people that watch our streams know me. They say, hey, Mike, hey, Mike, hey, Mike, hey, Mike, hey, Mike, hey, Mike. It's when I have guests that I typically like to throw that up there. So when people are like, who is that talking with Mike? Who is that talking? And then they can watch. But the reason why I didn't use Hess is because the camera's not framed properly, and you just seen half a Hess the whole time. I made him scoot over for when I did bring him on camera, but so I didn't feel like adjusting the camera, to be honest with you. Mike, stop being so lazy. All right, I will. I could have a conversation with myself in 2 different voices. I could have Evil Mike talk to Angel Mike. That would be fascinating. It would probably give me a headache too, though. Nick's gonna bowl well if he bowls tonight. He'll do very well tonight. And I say that because he's able to slow his ball speed down and shape the pattern. He'll be shaping it. He will leave less 210 combinations than most bowlers in the field. No question. Yeah, Darren, we would have liked to have had you here as well, bud. Would have loved to have had you. Here's a question for everybody. Does Steve Taylor's outfit match? Does that Adidas and track jersey, does that combo match with the black shoes? I don't know if it does. Alan wants to know, Mike, were you at the Toyota Open at Tropicana in 90-91? I don't think I was at that one. I was at the one that Andy Nyer won. I wasn't at the one that Danny Wiseman won, if that's the one you're talking about. I was not there. Brian wants to know, do I bowl in a league? No, I do not. and you probably say, well, what a hypocrite. Well, the biggest reason, well, two reasons why I stopped bowling league. First of all, I didn't have any friends in Utah that wanted to bowl league with me. Okay, so that's one issue. I can make new friends, sure, but that was one. Second one was, for about 4 years straight, I traveled 200 days a year. And I'm not a big fan of pre-bowling. And I don't have friends in Utah to sub for me. So that's why I don't bowl a league. I was at Tropicana for the Bud Light Classic. Where Andy Nyer won. So, everyone, this is the time of the day where I'm kind of, I've been up since 6 o'clock getting woken up by thinking about a meteor crashing into the world. And then finishing setup this morning and streaming 7 games. And then I had a real fiasco trying to find food on the break. I don't want to get into it right now, but fast food in the Midwest and even restaurants, it is an absolute joke right now. It's way better in the state of Utah. I'm just going to tell you that. So anyway, I had to deal with that. Then came back over here and got things fired up for the squad, of course, and we've been here with you. But the point I'm trying to get to here is this is kind of the time of the day where I need a little bit of a wake-up call. I'm not dragging too bad yet, but I got another squad tonight. So this is the kind of time where I like to kind of try to get some energy. So instead of me setting the tone on what we're going to talk about or starting to make myself laugh and laugh at myself since I'm my favorite comedian, I'm going to let you guys in the chat just start asking me questions, and I want to answer questions right now. So there's a show I listen to all the time, and he runs questions from the audience. So how about during the rest of Game 5 and Game number 6, let's do some questions from the audience, things you may want to know. It could be any topic you want. It could be bowling related. It could be non-bowling related, and we'll talk things over together here. So fire your questions away, and if I get too many of them or I have too long of responses and I don't see your question, just type it in again. Just copy and paste. Command-C or Control-C, depending on if you're a Mac or a Windows user, and then just get that Command-V or Control-V ready to go to post that bad boy back in there again. So any questions? Okay, so the first question is, can I switch to 15 and 16? Sure. Absolutely. Take you over there. Do I watch Yellowstone? Great question. That's a great question. I can tell you that it's filmed in Utah, in a Utah film studio. I've been on the set of Yellowstone. I've been in the house. I've been in the Dutton Ranch house set when I was over there for Sundance Film Festival. I am 4 episodes into season 1 of Yellowstone. I will continue watching it and get through it. I'm looking forward to it. And I can tell you that Kevin Costner, from what I've heard from the locals in Park City and the folks in Montana that he's filmed with, he takes his entire production team out there and everything else. He's super nice guy. I also learned from being on set as an extra on some of these films and some TV shows because I like to do that kind of stuff from time to time. The big time actors are like the nicest to the layman people. It's the actors that kind of sort of get a little bit of a breakthrough role. They're the ones that think that they're super cool and that they don't have time for anybody else. So like people like Costner, they're just like a man of the people. From what I understand, he's just been a joy to be around. There's one particular bar in Park City he goes to, and it's a locals bar, and he prefers to go there than any of the trendy upscale bars. So there's a little information about Yellowstone. Good show. I'm enjoying it so far. Although I don't like the killing of the animals. That's a little much. Let's see. Another question. I'll try to go in order. I know how you feel about bowling. When I do the tournaments and try to get people to go with me, you have people who say yes, but then they change their mind. Yeah, that kind of stuff does happen. Do you ever bowl any of the events you stream? Typically, no, but I did bowl the holiday doubles, and I was 80 over for 8 games on a house shot. Let's see. What other questions? Have you watched the Book of Boba Fett? No, I have not. I haven't, but I've heard about it. I should. Do you meet with Mike Shady often? I talk to him 2 to 3 times a week, and Mike Shady and I have become very close the last couple years. Doing any bowl TV shows this year? That's a great question. That's a really good question. I don't know if they're going to call me or not. I would assume they would. I would assume they'd call me for some help with Junior Gold. So we'll see. We'll see if they call, and then if I have openings in the schedule and it makes sense, I'll go and do it. I will tell you this: the USBC has been very, very good to me. Starting with Chad, Roger, Jason Thomas, Jason Overstreet, Greg Moore, Rob Gottschall, Tennille Milligan, and then my coworkers when I go out there, like Aaron Smith, Matt Cannizzaro, Emil Williams, Curtis Von Kruger, all of those folks, Andrew as well, who's no longer with them, and I'm forgetting people, Caitlin Nelson, who has worked for them in the past. All of the people out there that work for USBC have treated me with class, 100%. I'm a little bit different than the way they do things, but yet they still respect the way that I do things and allow me to be myself. They've never reprimanded me or told me I need to change who I am or how I am. They hire me. They gave me the opportunity last year to do the Junior Gold shows, play-by-play with Carolyn Doran Ballard. I did all 4 of them, and I was on their YouTube channel. You can go watch these things. That was a complete honor, and I almost had to pinch myself that they allowed me to do that. So we'll see what this year entails. I was also told from Flo that there might be some work for me this year. Thank you very much. So we'll see. We'll see what they want to do. And once again, it really boils down to my schedule and if the juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak. Before I answer any more questions, I've got standings after 4 games. Ryan Powers leads at plus 61. James Wakefield is in second at plus 31. Jesse Bowers in third at plus 30. Fourth is Cameron Foster at plus 27. Darren Galbraith is fifth at plus 26. Sixth is Sean Bibby at plus 22. Seventh is Ian Dohan at plus 20. Eighth is Brody Green at plus 13. And ninth is Anthony Dodge at plus 5. Stubblefield is 10th at minus 11. So we have 9 players plus through 4 games on this B squad. Who's your favorite Spider-Man and why is it Tom Holland? Who's your favorite Spider-Man and why is it Tom Holland? I'm not a big Spider-Man guy. I know I talked about it earlier, but that's because I made a phone call acting as Spider-Man. Mike, do you look at the dots or the arrows? And if you look at the dots, how can you get the ball to project more to the right to open the lane up? I don't look at the dots, never have. Always have been an arrow person, but I follow through to a break point, and I actually move my eyes further down the lane, and I throw to a spot down lane, especially when I'm playing deep. So the rangefinders, when those came out, that's a big deal. So I like to move my eyes down lane because I drift and I don't always slide in the same spot, and that's a problem with my game. But if I can get the ball to about the same spot down lane and shape off the end of the pattern, I tend to have more success. Are you ever going to do a St. Louis Masters draft again? That's a pretty funny one. This thing scrolled by. Here we go. Let's look. You ever going to do St. Louis Masters draft again? Loved your last one. I couldn't believe more older guys weren't taken. Yeah, that was just for fun during COVID. I'd be doing more of them if it would have got more views. I appreciate you enjoying the content. I enjoyed doing it. I like the bowling ball draft a little bit better that we did. To have Chad Murphy and Tom Clark and Mike Machuga and Danny Wiseman and the guys from the Bowling Museum, Ted Baer. The Orfs, that thing was just fun. That was cool. Let's see. Would you be available as a guest in case the Bowler Show comes back in late February? Sure, Waz, no problem. How close do you live to Fab Rats? Fab Rats. What is Fab Rats? Please follow up with telling me what Fab Rats is, and maybe I should know what it is. Do you mean Fat Cats? I live close to Fat Cats in Utah and Ogden. They're filming Yellowstone in parts of Texas near Cervinomic. Yep. Cool, man. That's awesome. Speaking of Andy Nair, what do you think of his son Anthony, and is it true that he has the most sanctioned 300 games? If I heard right, he was bowling in the Masters 2021. They mentioned 41. That's not the most sanctioned 300 games of all time, would be 41. Unless it was when he was a youth, he has the most at 41. I think the kid's an incredible talent. He's kind of all in bowling. He left college and he's all in just bowling. And you put a lot of pressure on yourself doing that. And I worry about that a little bit with him. So I hope that he can deal with the mental strength that it takes. And I hope that he's got some help from some mentors to get him through all of that. But I think he could be one of the best lefties on tour in the upcoming next 3 to 5 years. And the little bit of interaction I've had with him, he's a nice young man, and I like his fire and tenacity on the lanes. So seems to always bowl well too. Bradley Martin giving me a Jerry Maguire quote. Jerry, did you know that the dogs and bees can smell fear? Let's see. Jonathan was watching my son. You switched when he was throwing a very good game. Well, somebody else asked to switch, so let's see what we got here. Let's see. Let me see where we're at here. I will switch back over for a little bit here. And let me look at my lane assignments here. One day I'd like to have multiple streams. And I probably will at some point. Yeah, so here you go. He's bowling with Kroll, so Bibby's back. All right. How many St. Louis bowlers have been on Team USA? I know Kyle and Ralph Solon. Ooh, that's a good question. Who else has been on Team USA from St. Louis? I mean, technically Shannon O'Keefe is from the metro area now, so she would be one. Lisa Roth was on Team USA on the women's side. I think Tony Tyson from St. Louis made Team USA 1 year. Did Vince Range make Senior Team USA 1 year? That's just off the top of my head. Is there a schedule of events for more bowling on Inside Bowling? Where are you going next? That's a good question. I don't have a schedule posted anywhere, and I should. Next event will be the Southland Bowling League Championships in, I think it's Kenner, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. And we'll be down there streaming that NCAA event third week of March, I believe. Denise says, Mike, we pay sanctions and we don't use it for tournaments. Well, why not? You should. Darren asked, will Jerry make the 5-pin? That was probably from 20 minutes ago. Chris Ennis wants to know, do you think your B squad broadcast is better than the morning A squad as you predicted? It's probably a wash. But I'll tell you that I got the cameras, the picture-in-picture is made better, so yes. The Van Halen jersey was commented about. Mike, what's your next great stock pick? MoviePass was a huge success, but thanks for all you do in broadcasting these. Yeah, MoviePass went bankrupt, but I've mentioned other ones. I don't know why the other ones don't ever get mentioned. Only the bad one, right? That's how you people are. You only focus on the bad. This is a positive broadcast here. Let's not talk about MoviePass, and I'm just kidding. I believe you should invest in things that you use. Texas Roadhouse going anywhere? They're probably going to build more of them. Buy Texas Roadhouse. Let's see. Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, made $20 million bonus last year, or 2 years ago. Last year he made it $100 million bonus. They're probably having a good year. Buy Apple. Let's see. What's everyone's opinion on... Oh, have you ever thought about doing your bowling podcast again? That's a good question. I've got 5 of them that I need to release, and I actually am thinking about doing a video edit of them. I've actually got it on my to-do list. I'll start with Dave Ryan. I'll follow it up with Parker Bone. I've got Chris Chartrand. I've got Emil Williams Jr., and I've got Randy Schickert. So I just got to see which ones I want to use. But here's the problem with the podcast thing, right? If I keep that going, the most of you that are going to watch this, it would be amazing if it got 4,000 views, right? So the amount of time, I got to go interview the person. I got to edit it out. It's at least a day, maybe a day and a half's worth of work. And based off the YouTube revenue that it would generate for me, it would generate around $20. So let me ask you this. Would you want to go work for a day and a half for $20? And look, it's not all about the money either. Obviously this stuff isn't. But when you have other things you have to do to try to make revenue, little things like that get missed, and you don't have the opportunity to put the time towards it. So it's kind of like I have to do that in my free time. And would I rather do that or do something healthy for myself or enjoy a jazz game or go to watch a movie or binge watch a show? It kind of sucks, actually. But I do enjoy talking to people more than anything else, or listening to myself talk. All right, let's see. Donnie Acklin, what's everyone's opinion on Coley Edison resigning from CEO with the PBA effective 1/21/22? Boy. I have nothing good nor bad to say about it, except I'm just going to say that I'm not surprised. Typically, the people that stay in our industry the longest are the ones that love it, and that doesn't mean that she didn't love bowling. That's not the case. She had like a 15 to 16 year career in the bowling industry. A lot of it was over on the recreational side, getting the Bolero centers looking nicer, picking out the things for them, running the customer service, training people. She did a great job. The PBA thing, I can't say anything bad about what she did at all, but it just doesn't surprise me at all that she is moving on to something else. She was very out in the public, which was good because it brought more eyeballs to bowling. Her and her team brought more new sponsorships, I should say, to the tour, which is great. But I think people flourish doing things that they're very passionate about and that they really, really love. And I think there are things that suit Coley better from a personal perspective that she could excel and do even better in life. That's what I would say. So that would be like if all of a sudden I was the CEO of cornhole. Okay? I like cornhole. It's a cool game. But if I was there for 2 years and they got offered CEO of bowling, I'd be gone in a minute because it's a better match for me, right? That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's see. Do you know any full roller bowlers? I did know some full roller bowlers, but off the top of my head, I can't really remember. Tom Smallwood throws a full roller, sure does. Juice is Worth the Squeeze Classic. What movie is that from? Let's see. Mike, you would be a big improvement on flow bowling. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I talked about this at the holiday doubles at length. Give these streaming services a break. I mean, it comes down to dollars and cents and budgets and everything could be better. This could be better. I could have camera operators. I could have 4 or 5 pairs you could choose from. But there's just no budget. I mean, I'm up here by myself, and it's no different with them. I appreciate you enjoying my personality, but there are plenty of people listening right now that cannot stand me and just wish I would just focus on the bowling the entire time and not do like this Q&A right now that we're doing. But look, I got to stay sane here, and I enjoy interacting with people and all of you in the chat. And the brand that we've built, it is what it is. There's so many flavors out there like Baskin Robbins. We're just one of 31, right? This is what it is here. So I appreciate the comment very much. If I have the opportunity to work with them and we can work out a deal that makes it worth my time, I will give it my all, and I will work with those folks the same as I would handle my own business. What weight would you recommend for someone getting back into bowling? I've been out of bowling for 4 years, and I usually throw 15 pounds. That's a loaded question. I don't know how old you are. I don't know if you're experiencing any sort of, with being gone, you've got to build up hand strength again. I would consult with a local pro shop operator. I do see a lot of people go down to like 14 pounds. Deandra Asbady's a perfect example. She switched to 14-pound equipment. I think Brianna Cote throws 14 pounds, if I remember correctly, and she won Player of the Year. So that's very, very possible. I'm not sure on the Brianna thing, but I think I remember that. Where's Mitch Beasley impersonation? Well, it's not as good as it used to be because I just don't do it as much anymore. And I used to work with the guy at Track. By the way, Track makes the Cyborg Pearl. I don't use Track anymore, but I won my first title with it. Keep it on my nightstand. I hope that was good enough for you. Will you do the Inside Bowling podcast again? I just answered that question. I'm a Michigan bowler. I'm enjoying this broadcast. Thanks, 6 Mile. Aren't you supposed to be 8 Mile, though? Let's see. Loomhouse. Let's see. Could we see Darren Galbraith? I'm really behind on this chat, you guys, so I'm trying to go in order. Mike, what do you think of PBA players that moved around from the different ball companies and Shannon going to Rotogrip? Look, every year this happens. Every year there's moves in the industry, and you could and everybody has their take on these things. I'm just going to say this: in baseball, Derek Jeter, Chipper Jones, these guys that have stayed with one team their entire career, Cal Ripken, very rare, very, very rare. But when they do, it's extra special, right? So when you look at guys like Wadka and Couch and Parker Bone and some of these players, even like Belmo, have been with one company their entire career, that's special. That's special. But you know what? You got to do what's best for you. And these ball companies have gone through so many changes, so many different things. The one company that I feel like has kind of stayed the course for the most part and has seen the least adversity is Storm, and they've kind of flourished because of it. I will say that, the brands that are sponsoring this event here, Brunswick, with Ebonite being the title sponsor here, those guys are selling a lot of product, and they're doing the best job they can with their vision. And not all the bowling ball companies have the same vision. Some are flashier, some are more profitable, some offer better pricing to pro shops, so the pro shops can be more profitable. Some offer and bring new people into the sport because they're spending money on things, but they charge more for their balls. And then you've got some that are more like craft brew brands where they don't want to sell the most balls. They just want to be perfect in their little niche and be part of bowling. So with that, then you have players, their personalities, the ball reps change places. Certain players like to play for certain coaches, ball reps, so to speak. You see it in sports all the time. All I can say is it gives something the people to talk about, which keeps them away from talking about something else besides bowling. And the more people that are talking about bowling means there's more conversation about it. There's more people interested in bowling. And when people are talking about bowling, it can only lead to good things. So I wish everybody that switches all these companies the best of luck. Hopefully the companies don't treat them as like a burned bridge when they leave. They can do it amicably. And, it's as the world turns. People are constantly switching ball companies, and it happens every year. Quite honestly, I kind of get a little tired of it, but I've been around it a lot, and I get it. But I think a lot of people take it personal when people leave their companies, and I wish people wouldn't. Do you ever think you will move back to your hometown? Good question. I do think I'll get back to the Midwest at some point in time. I could probably go on for about 20 minutes about that, but yeah, I do believe that I will. Let's see. Oh, Danny Spink, Team USA, St. Louis. He was on Junior Team USA. Mike Ramopoulos, I believe, was as well. Fab Rats is a YouTube channel, family-oriented vehicle fabrication rock crawlers. No, but I'll keep an eye out for that one and maybe go take a look at some of that. Did Trent Mitchell make Team USA? He did. Didn't he win? I think he won. I think he won the amateur. Pretty sure that he did. I was here setting up, so I didn't get to watch all that like I normally do. Alabama or Georgia? Georgia. I can't please everyone. You just switched off my son, Cameron, who had the front four. Yeah, I know, Jeff. I'm sorry, buddy. I hope you're doing well. I love Cam. It's great to see him bowling in this event. Texas Roadhouse steaks taste like brake pads. Okay. I was watching the Fosters. Mike, did you ever work for Storm? I did. I was the director of marketing for a year and a half. I appreciate all that they gave me, the opportunity they gave me to do that very much. Let's see. Somebody else is sticking up for Texas Roadhouse. Boy, there are a ton of questions in here. I'm catching up on this Q&A that I was doing. I think I'm going to shut it down right now, and I'm going to try to get caught up. Since you mentioned this name, whatever happened to Lisa Roth? I'm not real sure. What pair is Kai Yamada bowling on? Could we switch to that pair for a bit? I think I did do some switching. Ruth Chris, great steaks. Texas Roadhouse is on is with IHOP or Denny's as far as steaks. I love their steak sauce, and I love their rolls, and they make a nice salad that comes out on a cold plate. Let's see. Mike, has this center been renovated? They have done some upgrades here. And there's Cam Foster right there for you, finishing out his game. He's got a possible 279 working while I've been answering all these questions. So there we go. I brought it back here, didn't I? I brought it back. He had front 7, 9 spare. See? He bowled a good game because I didn't talk about him. Otherwise, I'd have black clouded him. I'm talking about him right now. Over under 9.5, chat. Over under 9.5. And you're all going to take the under because I'm black clouding him because now I'm talking about him. But by leaving him alone, he's been able to bowl this huge game. But he is not striking here. Told you. 9. I mean, it's just like clockwork up here. So 268. Sorry, Jeff Foster, but I just, I paid attention to your son, and he gets 9. And there's the Van Halen jersey we were talking about. Right through the face. All right, I'm going to go back to this. Let's see. You always make more money, and time not so much. It's the most valuable thing. Let's see. I got all I got to say, PBA might be in trouble, not a Bolero fan. Fred, I don't know if that's fair. I hear where you're coming from. I have some concerns as well, but the distribution for sponsorships to be able to get in front of that many people in that many locations, like concert tours have been sponsored by companies, like Vans Warped Tour, and the reason why they sponsor it is because they go around all these places and they see all these people. Well, the PBA, with limited events, trying to sell sponsorships, when you wrap Bolero in with it, with all the centers and all the people that come in and out and all the, you've got that many more impressions, you can sell that. And that's a positive. But there are some things that are a bit concerning as well. But I'm going to tell you that with everything, there's pros and cons, right? And so far, it's been okay. Shouldn't the bowling writers pick the USA teams? We know who the best bowlers are in the country, and team without troops, Simon will pray there. Maybe, Jim. Maybe so. What's Gary Faulkner been up to? I don't really know. Every time I see him, we converse, but I don't know what he's really been up to. Nobody's bowling. So I'll just bring it back into the booth. Game number 5, 6 coming up. I'm just reading the chat here, everybody. Let's see. Jim Ward, no, okay. Juice versus the Squeeze. Timothy Olymphant and Girl Next Door. Alicia Cuthbert is definitely worth the squeeze. Yep, that's what that's from. Interaction is good and keeps you on your toes. Can you split screen into 2 cameras? Not really. That's kind of tough to do here, but let's see. Inside Bowling has the best chat room. I do believe that. I do think that I focus more on the chat than any other streamer. I'll take credit for that. And some people don't like it, but I do believe that. What about Macho Man? Ooh, yeah. Miss Elizabeth and I are up here in heaven looking down. Ah, yeah. Dick Weber and I just bowled doubles about 3 weeks ago. Yeah. All right, that's good. Let's see. Oh, we got, looks like we got some bowling about to take place. I'll keep going through this. This has been enjoyable. This has passed the time so well for me, you guys. Let's go. I'm trying to see. I'll start here. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't even switch the camera. I didn't even switch the camera. Here we go. And Jeff Foster, I will have Cam on again on 19 through 22. I'll make sure we get some airtime over there. Let's see. Somebody likes my curveballs, like the Mitch Beasley. How's Jerry doing? I went away for a while. I'll check. They're selling a lot of products. 7 brands, half of the... Okay, I'm not going to read that. 19 to 22. Can you switch back? He's still on tour. Let's see. Yeah, you know, Catch 22 mentions, you know, I'm surprised some bowlers aren't sponsored outside of bowling. You know, ball brands pretty much carry all the sponsorship. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's really what we need. We need that to become a thing. Like to where, you know, these ball companies don't have to pay for all the bowlers' sponsorships, right? I mean, it'd be wonderful if it was like, there's Team Red Bull out there. You know, Kyle Sherman, Brad Miller, Packy Hanrahan, Chris Prather. They're Team Red Bull, right? You got Team Coke out there, and, you know, and then you give updates on the broadcast. This week's Coke bowlers finished second, 8th, and whatever. It's part of the Manufacturers Cup or something. I don't know. Let's see. What else I got here? Escort the person in the Zeke jersey off the premises. Your thoughts on pins on strings? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. I said something on Brad and Kyle's podcast about how I thought it was the future of bowling and everything, and I didn't have much data, and I come to find out there was a study done afterwards where, you know, some of these pin setters, you know, there's been a study done where it impacts the game, right? Well, all I was saying is if they can perfect that thing, and it's cost effective, it's going to be the future synthetic lane. That's what I truly believe. That's what we will have in bowling in the future. Good, bad, indifference, whatever you think. I just believe it's going to happen. But not for a while. Yeah, exactly, Aaron. Aaron just totally wins texter of the day here. He says, enjoy the chat for qualifying, always entertaining, and you know when to focus on the bowling, like near the end of the cashers and into the finals. Exactly. You're exactly right. Isn't Walter Ray sponsored outside of bowling? He did have the Ford Driving School was one of his sponsors for quite a while. What's your take on the 3 holes now on the ball? Do you think it changed the way you throw the ball? Yeah, well, you have to put every finger in the ball that you drill it for. USBC did studies on it. You know, they were trying to control some advantages out there, some power. They were trying to cut down on some power, and balance holes is a big deal. So, you know, I don't know if I like it or don't like it. It's the new rule. It's just what it is. To me, it made things easier on pro shop operators. I mean, balance holes were fine. 3 3/8 leverage used to be my favorite drilling back in the mid-90s. All right, I'm caught up on the chat, everybody. That was fun. Thank you for that. If you still have any questions for me, I'll answer them as I see them. But I made an honest effort to try to get through as many questions as possible. That was about 3/4 of a game, I believe. I'll have a standings after 5 coming up here shortly. I'm like re-energized now. Do I think the ball companies petitioned the USBC to eliminate balance holes to push higher priced ASIMs? No, I don't. If anything, this balance hole thing created more havoc for ball companies. There were certain blims and balls made that you almost had to have a balance hole to drill it a proper way. And I could be talking a little off my rocker here, but I do remember some of that. So now, the balls have to be made so that you can drill it without a balance hole. And then another thing is from just a pure staffing position, these people to throw it with 2 hands but put their thumb in it to be able to throw it spares, it's caused, you got to travel. Like, take a guy like Justin Bone, perfect example. He throws it with 1 hand, and he also throws it 2-handed. Well, he can't use the same balls. So if he travels somewhere, he would have to bring double the amount of balls, which means he's got to drill that many more balls. And obviously he's a staffer, so that costs the ball company money. But if you're just a novice bowler and you throw it both ways, I guess you would sell double the balls, wouldn't you? I've got my game breaker bowling ball. I'm dating myself here with this, but I'm trying to use the Ebonite example. Since they're the sponsor of this tournament. But if I had a game breaker and I'm 2-handed and regular, I'd need 2 of them. I'd need 1 drilled for 2-handed, and I'd need 1 drilled for my 1-handed traditional style. Yeah, no problem, Denise. No problem at all. My favorite layout of all time is pin above the bridge, stacked at what you would call 12 o'clock CG, straight up and down on a symmetric ball. It's my favorite layout. No weight hole. So I can't tell you if it's the best layout for me, but it just happens to be my favorite layout. I tried bowling 2-handed for a while. I was using a 12-pound ball, and I still couldn't generate any ball speed. Impressions equals sponsorship, everybody. Okay? That's the deal. That's the deal. Okay? Like what can a bowler sell? Okay? What can a bowler sell? You gotta think about stuff like that. That's you know what? I'm gonna put you guys. I'll give one example, and then this is what I want you guys to work on in the chat. And give me some examples, and I'll read the ones that I think have merit. No offense. Okay, perfect example. Tom Hess joined me in the booth during a couple games ago, And he's been known as a road warrior, a weekend warrior. Well, what does he do when he's out on the road? He drives a lot and stays in a lot of hotels. Okay? So here are 2 quick examples with Tom Hess. What if David Sunflower Seeds sponsored Tom Hess and put him in a commercial? We're out on the road with road warrior, PBA bowler Tom Hess, who spends 50 weeks out on the road traveling from event to event. Tom, when he's out on the road and he's competing in these events, the last thing he wants to do is get in his car and drive 12 hours home, or sometimes he drove a record 36 hours straight from Reno, Nevada back to Iowa. In the snow, uphill both ways. What does Tom do to stay awake when he's driving down the road? He stops and buys a bag of David Sunflower Seeds, and as he chews on the sunflower seeds, he stays awake. David Sunflower Seeds helps keep you awake while you're driving down the road. And he's David Sunflower Seeds, right? Perfect. Perfect. It fits. It fits what Tom does, tells the story, and then there's hundreds of thousands of people that get tired when they're driving on the road, and they go, oh, hell, I'm going to pick up some David Sunflower Seeds, eat these things, spit them into a cup, or out the window, or whatever you do with these things, and they help keep you awake, and that's going to solve a problem for me. Tom Hess, this Pro Bowler, helped me solve a problem, and it was a fun, cute commercial. Okay, cool. There you go. Here's the second one. Tom Hess books hotels. Tom Hess has stayed this many nights in a hotel, and he books all of his hotels on Priceline.com. Priceline.com is where Tom can find the best deals on hotels. And he knows because he goes on and he does he rates every hotel. He looks over what the ratings are, where he wants to stay, and Tom saved over $6,000 last year by booking his hotels with Priceline.com. Perfect example. Those work. Those work. Now, if Tom had 1 million to 5 million Instagram followers on top of that, then it's a no-brainer for David Sunflower Seeds and for Priceline.com. So I'm going to read the chat now and see if you guys have any examples for me. Troop could market hair products. Absolutely, he could. I'm not gonna read that one. Thank you. All right, we got standings after game number 5, and that big game by Cameron Foster boasts him to the lead. He's plus 94. He's leading. Ryan Powers is second at plus 74. Third is Sean Bibby at plus 46. James Wakefield is fourth at plus 31. Fifth, Darren Galbraith at plus 30. Sixth is Anthony Dodge at plus 22. Seventh is Ryan Stubblefield at plus 17. Also at plus 17 is Jesse Bauer. And then Alex Bryce is in ninth at plus 9. And in 10th is Ian Dohan. He is even. So we have 10 players on this squad that are all plus or better. And remember, on the last squad, we had a total of 6 that were plus or better after 7 games. So it looks like this squad will be a little higher scoring than the last one. But we do have more bowlers on it as well. We only have 53 this morning. We have 64 on this squad. Unfortunately, folks, one of the things that I think about when it comes to popularizing bowling is just promoting the sport itself hasn't worked. I wish it did, but it hasn't worked. So maybe you need a strobe light. Maybe you need a gimmick. Maybe you need something to be able to bring people into bowling, right? So, you know, there's a show called The Challenge. There was Fear Factor, all these different sorts of shows on television. And you're not going to like this. If you're a bowling purist, you're going to hate what I'm about to say. But if you came out with a show called Bowl Factor, where two people went on and they bowled against each other, and the loser had to jump in a pit of snakes, people would watch that. People would watch that. You see that crazy bowling show where this week, did you see the one guy who was deathly afraid of snakes bowled the other guy that was deathly afraid of snakes? And they bowled a 9th and 10th frame, and the guy that lost fell to his knees on the approach and almost died from anxiety. And then they lowered him down into the pit of snakes, cobras, with that gear suit on, and they were all yipping at him. He couldn't get hurt, but boy, he was scared to death. People would watch that. And you'd be like, oh, well, what good does that do bowling? That's not going to get us into the Olympics. That's not going to do anything for the sport of bowling. Well, it could. I mean, if on there they say, well, this person's using a ball that hooks a lot and the oil's in the middle and it's dry outside, there are going to be people that are going to see that and say, really? I had no idea there was even oil on a lane. Is that what that's for? So the strobe light was the Fear Factor and the pit of snakes. But when you get them onto the show, you talk a little bowling knowledge, just enough to dumb it down a little bit for people to say, "Oh, that's cool." And then you get a few people that say, "Hey, man, let's go bowling this weekend. We can bowl against each other." And the loser, you know, the loser has to do something stupid, right? It's like truth or dare, right? I mean, it's like spin the bottle. It's like whatever stupid game it just gets people thinking, and instead of competing against each other in something else, they think about going to the bowling center and competing against each other. That's it. That's my point. But I know, and I haven't read the chat, I know many of you are going to say, you are an idiot. And I get it. I understand. But I'm just telling you, that is one way to get people interested in bowling. You just got to get them to the center. You just got to get people there. You know, if Apple said they were going to give away 500 MacBooks this year, and they're all hidden in bowling centers, and they're gonna, or how about 365 MacBooks this year, and they're gonna give hints in what bowling center it's at and where it's at. I guarantee you that would get people in bowling centers, even though they wouldn't just be hunting for the MacBook. They would also go there or think about going to the bowling center again. So you buy 300-something MacBooks, cost you $600,000 or something, probably. Do a deal with Apple. Tell them that you'll sponsor it and put Apple, I don't know, posters in the bowling centers. You could find a MacBook in this center. Log on to apple.com/MacBook bowling giveaway. And then maybe they'll donate them for you or whatever. You do a co-op with BPAA. And then you got people saying, hey, I want to win that laptop. I'm going to go to the bowling alley and see if it's there, because they announce it at noon every day, and it could be my center. Oh, while I'm there, I'm going to order. I'm going to get a Gatorade. I'm going to get a water. I'm going to get a hamburger. Oh, wow, they have open lanes. Oh, I want a bowling game. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm just totally making stuff up right here to you, but you got to get people to the centers. There's a lot of centers you drive by that you don't even know it's a bowling center. I remember I worked at Brunswick 4 Seasons in Chesterfield, Missouri as an assistant manager, and the building was brown outside. It said Brunswick on the front in white letters, and it showed Billy Brunswick Bowler up top. That was it. That was the sign out front with the spotlights on it. I went out and tried to get people to come to a free bowling party, and they said, well, where are you located? I'm like, oh, yeah, it's the big brown building there on Olive. And they're like, that's a bowling alley? I thought they manufactured billiards tables in there. Seriously, that really happened. So you just got to get people in the centers. You could also make a case that they needed a better outside sign. But that was Brunswick, and they were great operators at bowling centers. But I seriously heard that from people. I thought they manufactured billiards tables in that building. They had no idea that the bowling went on in there. And you got to give Bolero some credit. They painted all the buildings red and black, and they put bowling pins on the outside of the building. Well, that'll tell you it's a bowling alley, right? Pretty simple. And guess what? Poley probably had something to do with that. And we were just talking about her earlier in my little Q&A. Big Earn was the most famous bowler in the world, and all he could get was an opportunity to sponsor a fatherless family of 5. I'm gonna switch back over to Cam Foster's pair here. Tournament leader Cam Foster. He deserves to be on the stream. Brian wants to know, is Cadillac Lanes making more money today than they would be making from open bowling? And the answer is no. But if it was 75 degrees out today, this tournament might be making more money for them than the open play that would come in. I just don't know how busy this center is with open play. It's been good conversation here the last couple games, everybody. Thank you for that. Don't forget, I'll be back at 7. It's like 7:15, I think, is when the squad starts. 7:15, 7:45, something like that. Let me check the flyer. Really boils down to whether or not what time lanes get oiled here. It is 7 p.m. 7 p.m. it says. So it'll probably be just a little bit after that, probably like 7:15. You know why America's Got Talent is so popular, everybody? Why is America's Got Talent or American Idol over the years, or these talent shows, why are they so popular? It's because they're ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Plain and simple. I can't tell you how many times I've thought of a way on America's Got Talent for some sort of bowling routine to be done to draw more attention to bowling. That would be cool. where someone's skill and accuracy does something with a bowling ball that then triggers a series of events, and then they do it again and they do it again in a creative way, to where you could go watch a show in Vegas of these bowlers bowling, and it does all this cool stuff because of their skill. They don't necessarily knock down 10 pins over and over again with a mechanical machine picking up pins and putting them back down for them to then do the same thing again while the oil changes. But they have to be accurate to trigger some sort of an event to happen. That's an extraordinary thing that happened. So when we get publicity, it's because an 8-year-old bowled a 300 game and is the youngest ever, and we get some sort of publicity on national news. Or this person bowled 22 days straight without taking a drink of water. That's how we get publicity. My #1 video on this channel is Troy Walker hitting the rack on his 12th shot. The pin setter came right down. 3.3 million views. I've had extraordinary matches on this channel. Doesn't have 3.3 million views. Our #1 quote-unquote instructional video that we've done is Marshall Kent throwing a 2-pound bowling ball, the world's lightest bowling ball. So if you were me, would you spend more time streaming bowling tournaments or coming up with the most ridiculous bowling videos to line your pocketbook? What would you do? Would you take care of you, or would you take care of the sport? And I try to be a hybrid. I try to mix a little bit of both. It's crazy. I haven't created a TikTok account, and I should. And somebody typed TikTok in here, Jeffrey Smith did. And you're absolutely right. TikTok would be a great way. There's actually a bowling mechanic on TikTok that has quite a few followers. We got 250 left. A game in the 250s for letter A on 19 and 20. I saw you guys asking about that. It is kind of amazing to see we've had some 250s and stuff out there. A little bit higher scoring here, but still probably the lowest scoring fall or winter classic that we've ever had. You guys mind if I have a Skittle? I'm going to have a Skittle on air. If you hear me chew, you know what it is. And it's the wild berry kind, if you must know. Wild berry Skittles. Pretty delicious. So Jesse Bauer here has got 6 in a row. Pretty impressive. Playing way outside. Kind of got that little bit of a spinner tilt there. Jesse Bauer, 255. Very nice game. Jesse in the standings was in 8th at plus 17. That gets him to 72 over. Oh, Bird Dog Messenger. How about we look at that one more time? Let's check out the game of Cameron Foster, your tournament leader, throwing that head pin to the sidewall. Hello, that wasn't even the head. I don't even think that was a head pin. The head pin came off and hit something else. Here's Zach Rhodes trying to get into the 190s. Starts here, 10th frame, first shot. That's a double for Zach Rhodes. See that 5-pin get sawed out over there on 23. I just saw that happen off camera. You can kind of see it off to the right. Cameron Foster comes in light. 2-8. We talked about the 2-pin being what you leave here when you make a bad shot. 2-pin combinations. And just like that, Zach throws it and gets 6 on a shot that he thought was pretty good off his hand. It didn't look bad. It didn't look bad at all. He gets 6. He's going to be in the 170s. Cam's going to have 180. 184 for Kristen. But Jesse Bauer bowls 255. And if I take you to our other pair, we are going into the infamous game number 7. Zach Rhodes got 2 of the 4, by the way, just so you know. He decided on the 2-4-6-8. I'm sorry, the 2-4-5-8. He took out the 5 and the 8. Just the 5 and the 8. Last game of qualifying of this B squad here. I want to thank Tom Hess for joining us earlier. Also want to give a shout out and thank Joe and his entire team here running the event. Joe bowled well this morning. I'd love for him to win this thing. I got a microphone up here for him to drop if he does, and we can just never do one again. Be done with it. Want to thank all of our sponsors. Ebonite, our title sponsor, USA Mortgage, Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, Budweiser, the official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. The OP restaurant over on Ridgeway. Had dinner there last night with Hess. It was wonderful. Infusion Bowling, don't forget you can save 25% off over at infusionbowling.com with coupon code GIBA. GIBA will save you 25% year round. Kwik Star and Kwik Trip, want to thank them as well. The official gas station and convenience mart of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, and as well as the official hotel of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, the Hampton Inn right up here in Waterloo and Cedar Falls. There's a couple of them here. I'm staying at the one at Cedar Falls. It's a nice area over there. Very nice. Very, very nice. Folks, I'm going to go check something out. I will be right back.
I was like, after last game, I'm like, God, do I want to go to Lightning Islands right away? No.
I'm back, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I've got standings after game number 6 for you. Ryan Powers is now your leader at plus 82. Cameron Foster is now in second at plus 74. Third is Jesse Bauer at plus 72. Fourth is Ryan Stubblefield at plus 63. Fifth is James Wakefield at plus 62. Sixth is Sean Bibby at plus 44. Anthony Dodge is 7th at plus 25. 8th is Alec Bryce at plus 21. 9th, Brody Green at 20. 10th, Darren Galbraith is 14 over. And 11th is Steve Landry, minus 18. So we have 10 plus on this squad, everybody. And that's your rundown. That's your Game 6 standings update. Former champion Jason Poley is off on 17 and 18 there. He's minus 49 and 19th. I was just curious where he was at. Ever seen what? I think there's more room than there was last squad at this time. Not necessarily. I think you got a little bit stronger field here in the afternoon. And more bowlers. And people had a chance to watch the live stream and kind of get a feel for where to play. When Hess was on, he was talking about how Gasson's going to re-enter and bowl tonight. And we were discussing the that he was probably going to use a a polished ball with some polish on it, a shiny ball, more in the middle of the lane. And I kind of agree with that. You take the OB out of play, you go left to right, throw it to a spot, hopefully create a little bit of hold with your angle for yourself. And if Gasson bowls tonight, that's going to be something we're really going to keep an eye on. I think they've got 17 open spots for tonight, and if they get more than 17 that want to re-enter, then they will draw. They will draw names. So what I'm saying here is I noticed Brendan Schrammick over here has got, I think, spare 4-bagger. And I saw him throw his last shot. It's the only sample size I have. But he's doing what we were talking about. And I'm gonna bring him up here in just a moment because I want you to see what he's doing. Actually, I take that back. It's not Schrammick with the string, but Schrammick's last shot was exactly what we were looking for. And I'll show you that in just a moment. It's actually Anthony Dodge that has the spare 4-bagger here, the lefty. Great shot. Watch Ceramic right here on this shot. On 20. This is what I'm talking about. He's not bowling great here for a game, but this is the line right there. Shiny ball, middle of the lane. Shot before that split the 8-9. That one there came in light for a mixer. And if you just saw the shot over on 22, similar ball path. And I really like that part of the lane more so than out by 5. First arrow, so to speak. And you're kind of seeing this group of players kind of playing around the same part of the lane, outside of the lefty, obviously. It's almost like if you go left or right, obviously you got to have the right tilt and the right speed, but you can cross the 2 rangefinders. Go right over the front rangefinder on the right side of the lane and then roll it just inside or just right over that right rangefinder, and it'd have enough time to hook off the spot. That could be pretty good second half of the block tonight. Here we go. We got real deep here. We got in front of the ball return. Not sure this is necessary, but creating that angle. 2 pins, but it was close. It was close. I want to see Brendan's next shot here on 19. He's actually right in front of me here at the desk. I don't even have to watch the screen. Let's see. Where is he crossing here? Between 3rd and 4th arrow, not giving a lot of room, and a strike. Perfect. He's probably thinking, where's that been? Where's he at? Let's see. Ceramic is he'll probably re-enter. I don't see his name anywhere. Is he on page 2? Yep. 45th, minus 150. I bet he re-enters. And I bet he beats his score by 100. Well, depending on what he finishes with this game. But he had 53 in the 5th, so now he's at a triple behind it. But that's some momentum to build, you know, if he wants to bowl again. I like it. I like his look. It's 6:06, everybody, and we're finishing up this last game. We got probably 15, 20 minutes. It's going to take an hour. It's going to take an hour to oil. So we won't be back till like 7:30 Central Time. And there's a 2-pin again. Couple 2-pin combos. 2 of them right there up on your screen. That's the trend. 2-pin combinations. Mowing them down. We might be watching the highest tournament score that we've had thus far in the event. Spare 7-bagger for Anthony Dodge. Look over to the left. See that 2-8 over there? It's Jason Poley. Another 2-pin combination. Almost just had another 2-pin combination over there on 22, but it fell out late. I've been impressed with Ceramics gone. I like his look where he's at. I like it. It's another one. Anthony Dodge up on 19. Looking for the first 8-bagger I've seen today. Oh, comes to an end. Can still bowl 269 with a spare and a triple and a 10th. He's on his way. Just to give you an update what's happening here in the building. We've got a bunch of folks coming in for C Squad, thinking it's going to start at 7 o'clock. We got some people finishing already and taking bowling balls out to the car, which means the door has been opened and closed multiple times here recently, and it just got 20 degrees cooler in the bowling center. And it's colder anyway outside right now, which means, let's see, let me check in the weather here. Right now, it is... Oh, it ain't that bad. It's 27 degrees, feels like 20. That's like 20 degrees warmer than I thought it was. Nothing to complain about here. From the ball return, another 2-pin. Same shot you made the last shot, man. Exact same shot. All right, here's Ceramic now. He's got 4 in a row. That looks fast. Yep. Oh, rolls the 2-pin. Hello. Hello there. Welcome. Exactly. he saw me just twirl my finger, and he says, "Count it, Mike," and did the same thing. I like it when we have an interactive program here. I saw him throw one shot. I saw him throw the 5th frame or the 6th frame, and I'm like, man, this guy's got a good look. I'm gonna switch the camera over to him because I like his look. And that one was gas too. But, you know, all this striking, he had 53 in the fifth or whatever. And, you know, he bowls 190 with this big string of strikes and this exemplary, I don't even know if that's a word. Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. He's made great shots and then just chops the 5 straight off of the 2, 4, 5. Just like it doesn't matter.
5 in the middle, and 5 strikes in the middle, and I still can't get to 200.
I know. He just said, I throw 5 strikes in the middle, and I still can't get to 200. Yep, no.
Like, this wasn't no holiday doubles.
No holiday doubles, no. That was fun watching him bowl, but dodge now goes through the face. Leaves the 2-4. Folks, you're not really missing much on our other pairs that we had for you. We do have a 247 possible. I'll keep an eye on that one. Nice game, Anthony Dodge, and I got to tell you, he's got 257 left here. On the he made the top 10. I think the last time I streamed here, and I hope he does it again this time, and he's a little more on his spare game, because I want to talk good about his spare game. Hey, look what we got over here on lane 19, everybody. 2-pin. Another 2-pin. (17 and 18 next door. Jason Poley left the 1-2. And we also have the 1-2 left. Side by side, essentially, on 17 and 18. Nice game. Nice game. Nice game. Game 1, he had 157, he just told me. Now he bowled 257. Chat's really slowed down, guys. You guys slowed down. You exhausted yourselves. Something. Well, let's bounce out of here. We do have 247 left here. Lyle Coleman picks up the 10 pin. This is who Tom Hess was talking about earlier. He bowls some senior tour stops. Lyle Kuhlman. Lyle was in, trying to find him on the sheet here, minus 99. And I think the cut's going to be in the minus 80s, minus 90s potentially. So Lyle here was minus 99, 227, minus 72. I think this game's going to get him in the cut. Beautiful. Beautiful. We got 234 left, too, over here on 15 and 16ers. Nice little finish here by Darren Galbraith. Fourteen over coming into this game. Bowl 234. typically the last squad here is the lowest scoring and the least amount of people come off the last squad. But with re-entries and a couple of players coming in from team trials, I don't anticipate it going down. It should be pretty even squad equality here, I think. Nice game there by Darren Galbraith. Improves on his score from 14 over. And speaking of improving, I'm going to go to a much better camera here. Bring it into the booth, everybody. Thanks for joining me on this squad, this B squad. Enjoyed the Q&A, enjoyed some time with Tom Hess, enjoyed watching the bowling out there. Scores have gone up a little bit. I think we had a little bit stronger squad. And also having more bowlers on the squad also makes a difference. But we're going to be back with the C squad coming up here. We were scheduled for 7, but it's looking like it's going to be more like 7:30, 7:45-ish. We'll get going with that one. We are scheduled to have Nick Pate and Sid Brummett fresh off of team trials, hot off the plane. Ryan Powers also bowled this squad. He bowled team trials as well. And he bowled really well here, so his game was very sharp. Coming into that game there, he was leading at plus 82. So looking forward to seeing those folks compete here tonight. Looking forward to seeing you join me here for the Saturday night block. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go grab a little bit of food, recharge the batteries, and bring you tonight's action. Really do appreciate you guys all tuning in here today, listen to me talk and watch the fine bowling competition that's going on in front of us. I want to thank our sponsors one more time. Ebonite. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you check out Ebonite brand products. Also want to thank the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, USA Mortgage, Brandon Steen. Want to thank him. Budweiser, the official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Want to thank Infusion Bowling. Don't forget you can use coupon code GIBA to save 25% off jerseys and that at infusionbowling.com. Also the OP restaurant over on Ridgeway, Kwik Star, and Kwik Trip. The gas stations here, Convenience Marts. I got to go get some gas, as a matter of fact. And Hampton Inn. I want to thank all of those sponsors for making this thing possible. I want to thank you for supporting our channel by liking this video, subscribing to our YouTube channel, following us on social media, and I also saw a bunch of orders pour in as well, as you guys have been ordering some merch like this cool shirt I have, like this one here, that makes you crave a burger for some reason, and I don't know why that is. So our next broadcast is coming up here in about an hour and a half. We'll be right back here on Inside Bowling. For everybody here at Cadillac XBC and for Joe Engelkis' entire family, those running the event, and the GIBA Greater Iowa Bowling Association. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you in a little bit.